What if the very fabric of reality was woven by the hands of gods who walked among mortals, their whispers echoing through the sands of time? As twilight descends over the ancient sands of Egypt, shadows stretch across the landscape, wrapping the great pyramids in an eerie embrace. The air brims with anticipation as if the earth itself is holding its breath. In every flicker of torchlight, there lies a story waiting to be told, a secret yearning to escape the tombs that guard it. The gods of Egypt, fierce and enigmatic, stand vigilant over the realm of the living and the dead. Ra's golden rays have long faded, but his spirit lingers, casting a haunting glow on the faces of those who dare to seek him. The Nile, ever-flowing and mercurial, carries whispers of ancient prophecies, beckoning the curious to listen. For centuries, mortals have revered these deities, yet few understand the depth of their power, or the peril that comes with it. A chilling wind stirs, rustling the papyrus reeds along the riverbank. The spectral forms of Isis and Osiris emerge from the mists, their eyes glimmering with a timeless wisdom, yet tinged with sorrow. They embody love, death, and rebirth, their fates entwined in a tragic dance that echoes through the ages. But tonight, something stirs beneath the surface, a tension that crackles like energy before a storm. The balance between life and death teeters on the edge as the forces of chaos threaten to break free. In a far-off temple, a ritual is set in motion. The drumbeats pulse like a heartbeat, resonating with the very essence of creation. The flickering flames illuminate the faces of the acolytes, their eyes wide with a mixture of reverence and fear as they chant the sacred hymns. They are on the precipice of awakening a power long thought dormant. Unbeknownst to them, their actions could unleash a force that even the gods would tremble to confront. As the night deepens, the stars shimmer like scattered diamonds, each a memory of a god who once walked the earth. Beneath the watchful gaze of Anubis, the guardian of the afterlife, the boundary between worlds begins to blur. A chilling realization dawns. The gods are not passive legends confined to the annals of history. They are alive, and their thirst for vengeance, love, or salvation can change the course of humanity in an instant. What will happen when the line that separates mortals from divine power is crossed? With every heartbeat, the tension tightens, pulling forth an ancient prophecy bound by blood and fate. Secrets long buried threaten to rise, ready to upend the lives of those who have unwittingly become pawns in a celestial game. The night is alive with possibilities, a moment where destiny hangs in the balance. Will the gods show mercy, or will their wrath shape the world in ways unimaginable? The answer lies just beyond the horizon, waiting to be unveiled as history trembles on the brink of transformation. In the shadow of the mighty pyramids, where the air thrums with an ancient pulse, a haunting melody of creation whispers through the sands of time. This is not merely a place. It is the cradle of a civilization that dared to dream of gods and the afterlife, a world where the sun could die and be reborn, where the Nile itself was a living entity, nurturing the land and its people. As night descends, the stars twinkle like watchful eyes, echoing the stories of a people who looked to the heavens and found meaning in the shimmering cosmos. Long before the towering monuments and elaborate temples, the seeds of Egyptian mythology took root in the fertile soil of the Nile Valley. The early inhabitants, driven by the rhythms of the seasons and the cycles of nature, started to weave tales that connected them to the forces around them. They saw the sun rise and set, its fiery journey across the sky a dance of life and death. They named the sun Ra, a god whose raw power could bless or destroy. To the Egyptians, the universe was alive, and every phenomenon held a story waiting to be told. In the tangled brush of the Nile's banks, the first settlements emerged. Families gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the soft glow as they shared stories of creation, of chaos and order, of the birth of the universe from the dark waters of Nun. It was here that the myth of Atum, the self-created god, first flickered to life. From his loneliness, Atum brought forth the first gods, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Their union would breathe life into the world, and from them came Geb, the earth, and Nut, the sky, forever locked in an eternal embrace, their bodies arching overhead like a protective canopy. As the centuries turned, the stories evolved, shaped by the hands of priests and scribes who etched them onto papyrus scrolls and temple walls. The ancient Egyptians were masters of symbolism. Their pantheon was a vibrant tapestry of deities, each representing different aspects of life and nature. Osiris, with his gentle heart, became the god of the afterlife, embodying the cycle of death and rebirth. Isis, the devoted wife and fierce protector, stood as a beacon of hope, guiding souls through the dark, treacherous waters of the underworld. But not all tales were soft and comforting. The heavens roiled with drama as Seth, the god of chaos, brought conflict and strife. His jealousy of Osiris sparked a tragic chain of events that would lead to betrayal and death. The narrative unfolded like a well-worn scroll, rich with emotions and lessons that resonated deeply with every listener. As nights passed, the people of Egypt would tremble and weep at the fate of Osiris, resurrected by Isis's unwavering love and determination. It was a powerful reminder of the resilience of life, of the light that shines even in the darkest moments. The rise of these stories coincided with the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, a pivotal moment that transformed scattered tribes into a formidable kingdom. With this newfound strength, the mythology grew, intertwining with politics and the divine right of kings. Pharaohs, seen as living gods, became pivotal figures in the myths, their life and death intertwined with the fate of the nation itself. The grandeur of the temples dedicated to gods was a testament to this belief. Towering structures that reached for the heavens, filled with intricate hieroglyphs that told tales of divine favor and cosmic order. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the Egyptians celebrated their gods with fervent rituals. They offered prayers, food, and music, believing that their devotion sustained the gods and, in turn, the world itself. Festivals thrummed with energy, laughter, and tears, where the line between human and divine blurred. The vibrant celebrations echoed through the fields, mingling with the sweet scent of incense and the rhythmic beats of drums, binding the community together in a shared belief that transcended time. But darkness always lingered beyond the edges of light. The mythology was not just a panacea for the soul, but also a means of understanding the unpredictable forces of nature, from the floods of the Nile to disease and famine. The gods were not merely benevolent, they had their tempers. The mighty Apophis, the serpent of chaos, lurked in the shadows, a constant threat to the sun's journey. Each dawn, Rhea would wage war against this primordial beast, a struggle that mirrored the daily battles faced by the people, creating a collective bond through shared fears and hopes. As the dynasties rose and fell, the myths were retold, yet they remained deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The cycle of creation and destruction was not simply a tale, it was a reflection of life itself. Each generation faced its own trials, yet from the ashes of despair, they found strength in the stories passed down through the ages. The teachings of the gods, rich with wisdom and moral lessons, guided them. They looked to the stars, to the constellations that mapped their lives, clinging to the belief that their fates were interwoven with the divine. With each new pharaoh, a fresh layer of myth was added, enriching the ancient tapestry. The gods evolved, adapted, and sometimes merged, as the stories of foreign lands entered the mix, bringing new colors to the already vibrant canvas. The ancient Egyptians were masters of reinvention, their faith a living entity that breathed and shifted with the tides of time, always in pursuit of understanding the universe and their place within it. As the sun set on this chapter, the stories continued to flow, waiting to be told anew. The silent sands of the desert held the echoes of the past, where gods roamed freely, and the line between the mortal and the divine was beautifully blurred. The ancient myths, steeped in emotions and experiences, would forever cast their spell, inviting all who dared to listen into an eternal dance of wonder, mystery, and an unyielding quest for meaning in the heart of existence. Beneath the blistering sun of the Nile, where the shimmering waters held the whispers of ancient tales, the air was thick with the scent of papyrus and incense. Here, in a land of stark contrasts, barren deserts and lush riverbanks, lay a civilization whose heartbeat echoed through time, woven intricately into the very fabric of existence. The Egyptians believed that life was a profound cycle, a delicate balance where the earthly realm intertwined seamlessly with the divine. Their religion was not just a series of stories or rituals. It was a living, breathing entity that shaped their lives, their dreams, and their deaths. At the center of this vibrant belief system was a pantheon of gods and goddesses, each representing different aspects of life, death, and the universe. Ra, the sun god, soared high in the sky, illuminating the land and nurturing all living things. His daily journey across the horizon was a dramatic tale of rebirth, a constant reminder of the promise of the new day. Each dawn, as the sun cast its golden rays over the fields, farmers knelt in reverence, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the light that would coax life from the earth. They understood that without Ra, nothing could thrive. But the Egyptians also feared the dark. Set, the god of chaos and storms, lurked in the shadows. His very name sent chills down the spine. He was the embodiment of disorder, constantly at odds with the harmony that Ra represented. In the minds of the people, every storm was a clash of these divine forces. Their prayers to the gods were fervent pleas for balance, an acknowledgement that life, much like the Nile, ebbed and flowed, sometimes calm, sometimes turbulent. With the gods watching, the Egyptians held sacred beliefs about the afterlife that ignited both hope and dread. They believed that death was not an end, but a transformation. The grand journey to the afterlife began with the weighing of the heart, a moment filled with suspense as the deceased stood before Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the underworld. The heart, heavy with deeds from a lifetime, would be placed on one side of a scale, while a single feather from Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice, rested on the other. If the heart was lighter than the feather, the soul would be granted passage to the field of reeds, a paradise where eternal bliss awaited. But if it was heavier, a fate worse than death loomed, devoured by Ammit, the fearsome creature that lay in wait to consume the unworthy. The fear of this judgment day gripped the hearts of many. Families would gather to honor the dead, filling tombs with offerings, food, and treasures, believing these gifts would sustain their loved ones in the afterlife. Tombs became sanctuaries where the living and the dead could still communicate, where the echoes of life lingered in carved images and inscriptions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the majestic pyramids, one could almost hear the prayers of the faithful rise up like smoke from incense. Hushed voices whispered hymns to Osiris, the god of resurrection, who promised rebirth and renewal. Each grain of sand in the vast desert seemed to hold a story, a testament to the Egyptians' unwavering belief that life continued after death, a cycle of existence that transcended the physical realm. The promise of Osiris brought tears of hope to grieving widows and weary travelers alike, for in their hearts they knew that every ending was simply a new beginning. Temples rose like mountains, majestic and awe-inspiring, adorned with hieroglyphs that chronicled both the divine and the earthly. Each stone, carved with care and reverence, told tales of gods who walked among them, who influenced the seasons and the fate of kings. Priests, dressed in white linen, moved gracefully through the sacred spaces, invoking the presence of the gods with rituals so ancient they seemed to hum with the very essence of life. The scent of lotus flowers wafted through the air as offerings were laid before the statues, shimmering in the flickering torchlight, casting a divine glow that made the heart race with wonder. The festivals were alive with energy, a whirlwind of color and sound. Drummers beat their rhythms, while dancers twirled in elaborate costumes embodying the gods themselves. In those moments, the boundaries between mortal and divine blurred, and the people rejoiced, united in their shared devotion. Laughter rang out, mingling with prayers, creating a symphony of faith and celebration. Every festival was a reminder of the gods' favor, an assurance that their lives were intertwined with something greater than themselves. Yet, amid the exuberance, a shadow loomed. As the dynasties rose and fell, the shifting sands of time brought turmoil. The fear of losing favor with the gods weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. Droughts and famines were seen as signs of divine displeasure, and the once blazing flames of devotion flickered in uncertainty. The priests became both guides and guardians, interpreting omens and leading the populace in rituals to regain the gods' affection. As night fell over the land, the stars blazed in the vast, inky sky, each one a reminder of the celestial beings that the Egyptians revered. The constellations told stories of creation, of the great battles between good and evil, casting a light on the lives of those who searched for meaning in the chaos. The Milky Way, a river of stars, was a celestial pathway to the afterlife, guiding souls on their journey beyond the mortal realm. And in the silence of the night, the echoes of the past reverberated, whispering tales of love, loss, and the unrelenting quest for immortality. The Egyptians had devoted their lives to the gods and had woven their beliefs into the very fabric of their society. Each heartbeat, each breath, was a tribute to the divine, a testament to the enduring power of faith in the face of uncertainty. The story of their beliefs, rich and layered, was but the beginning of a much larger narrative, one that would transcend time and continue to resonate with every soul that yearned for understanding. In the beginning, there was nothing but a vast, endless expanse of darkness. No stars twinkled, no colors danced, only an empty void stretched across eternity. Yet, from this endless silence, a whisper emerged, a soft, mysterious sound that began to stir the cosmos. This was the voice of Atum, the first god, who arose from the primordial waters of chaos known as Nun. He was the spark that ignited the universe, the heartbeat of creation pulsing through the emptiness. Atum stood alone, a figure both powerful and fragile, the embodiment of potential. The weight of existence pressed on him, and within the depths of his mind, he felt the stirrings of life waiting to be born. With a profound breath that echoed across the void, Atum gazed into the darkness. He felt an urgency, a longing to bring forth light and life. It was in this moment of solitude that he made the most significant choice of his existence. He would create. From his own essence, he fashioned the first being, his shadowy reflection, a divine form that would be known as Shu, the god of air. With a graceful wave of his hand, Atum breathed life into Shu, filling the god with the breath of existence. The darkness trembled as light cascaded through the void, illuminating the vast nothingness for the first time. This was a moment of profound beauty, a harmony of creation, but it was only the beginning. Shu looked up at his creator, his heart filled with awe and gratitude. Yet, he soon realized that something was missing. The air was filled with an unspoken yearning, a silent echo that begged for companionship. Atum, sensing this need, took another bold step. From his own body, he produced Tefnut, the goddess of moisture, her form a manifestation of dew and rain. As she emerged from the depths of Atum's being, the darkness shimmered, glistening with the promise of life. The moment Tefnut opened her eyes, her gaze met that of Shu, and a spark ignited between them. They were not just siblings but partners in the grand design of existence. Together they would bring forth the world, a world filled with forests, rivers, and creatures that danced in the warmth of the sun. Yet, despite the beauty that unfolded, Atum felt a tugging at his heart, a whisper of loneliness that lingered in the corners of his mind. As the days flowed into one another, Shu and Tefnut took their place among the stars, filling the air with laughter and light. But as they spun and twirled in the heavens, Atum watched from his perch, feeling a sense of emptiness. The two gods, vibrant and full of life, could not fill the void left by their creator. It was a bittersweet realization that stirred something deep within him. Determined to fill the emptiness of his heart, Atum conjured a new creation. With a mixture of tenderness and resolve, he brought forth the earth itself. The land sprang from the waters, solid and vibrant, a canvas for his children to paint their dreams. The sight of the lush green hills and golden sands filled him with joy. But Atum still sought something more. He longed for beings that could walk upon the earth and share in the wonder of creation. In a moment of sheer inspiration, Atum formed humans from the dust of the earth, breathing life into them as he had done with Shu and Tefnut. These beings, delicate yet strong, were his greatest creation. They bore a piece of Atum within them, a spark of divinity that set them apart. As the first humans opened their eyes, they gazed up at the stars, at the gods who had given them life, and a connection sparked between the divine and the mortal. Yet, as the humans began to flourish, Atum watched with mixed emotions. They were filled with curiosity, laughter, and joy, but they also felt pain, sorrow, and fear. Atum realized that with the gift of life came the burden of choice, and as the humans began to carve their own paths, a new chaos emerged. The harmony that Atum had forged was now threatened by the very beings he had created. Just as Atum pondered the weight of his decisions, chaos swept across the land. Shu and Tefnut argued, their sibling bond tested as they struggled to control the elements. The winds howled, and the rains poured down in torrents, threatening to wash away the earth itself. Atum felt his heart race as he watched the world he had created spiral out of control. The fear of losing what he cherished most consumed him, and he knew he had to act quickly. Summoning his strength, Atum called upon his children to unite. The skies darkened as the winds howled and the earth trembled beneath their feet. Atum stood at the center of it all, a beacon of light amidst the chaos, guiding Shu and Tefnut back to their purpose. As the siblings joined forces, the storm began to calm, the elements bending to their will. Together, they restored balance to the world, but the struggle had changed them. In that moment of reconciliation, Atum saw not just the power of creation, but the beauty of imperfection. He understood that life was not merely about joy, it was about the journey, the trials that shaped existence. The humans, too, were part of this grand tapestry, flawed yet beautiful in their struggle for meaning. As the clouds parted and the sun broke through, casting golden rays upon the earth, Atum felt a profound sense of peace wash over him. But even as calm returned, shadows loomed in the corners of the universe. From the depths of chaos, new forces stirred, waiting for the moment to rise and challenge the harmony created by Atum and his children. As the winds whispered ancient secrets, a sense of foreboding settled in the air, hinting at the trials and tribulations to come. The gods had conquered chaos for now, but the dance of creation was far from over. The next chapter of existence was about to unfold, rich with promise and peril, as the echoes of Atum's choices reverberated through the ages. The sun hung low in the sky, a fiery orb beginning its ascent, casting long shadows over the vast golden dunes of ancient Egypt. In that moment, the world hushed, as if holding its breath in anticipation. All eyes turned upward, for they understood that the sun was not merely a ball of gas. It was Rhea, the mighty sun god, whose daily journey across the heavens was a tale rich with wonder and significance. Rhea, resplendent and radiant, began his trek from the horizon. His chariot, drawn by powerful horses made of light, skimmed the velvety skies, leaving a trail of warmth and color in its wake. Every dawn, he would rise, and with him, life renewed. The lotus flowers turned their heads, birds flitted about, and the people of Egypt lifted their arms in praise. They felt his energy coursing through them, filling their hearts with hope and reverence. But Ra''s journey was not a simple one. It was filled with perils and adversities. Each day, as he rose, he would face the chaos of the underworld, where the serpent Apep lay in wait, poised to swallow the sun whole. This serpent, an embodiment of darkness and disorder, slithered through the shadows, ever hungry to extinguish the fiery light that Ra carried. The tension between Ra and Apep wove a fabric of suspense that gripped the hearts of those who believed. Among the people, tales of Ra's battles were whispered with growing intensity. Mothers would gather their children around the flickering flames of the evening fires, their eyes wide with fear and excitement. "Listen closely," they would say, their voices low and trembling. "Tonight, the sun travels through the Duat, the realm of the dead, where Ra must fight to emerge victorious once more." Each word painted a vivid picture, igniting the imagination with images of cosmic conflict and divine strength. The sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness fell. But that was not the end. It was merely the beginning. As night descended, Ra transformed into Atum, the creator, the hidden one who ruled in shadows. He entered the realm of the dead, a place where the air thickened and silence draped itself over everything like a heavy cloak. Here, spirits of the departed awaited his light, and the echoes of their dreams mingled with the whispers of the ancient gods. In the Duat, Ra was not alone. The deceased would gather to witness these nightly battles, their souls yearning for the warmth of the sun. They felt the pulse of his energy coursing through the darkness, guiding them through their own journeys in the afterlife. Each star twinkled brightly, a reminder of Ra's presence, a promise that dawn would break once again. But the struggle against Apep was fierce. Each night, Ra's chariot would be met with the serpent's sheer force, its scales glistening like obsidian, exuding malice as it coiled around the sun's path, threatening to consume it whole. The clash was a fight of epic proportions, a cosmic ballet of light and dark. The cries of the gods echoed in the shadows, urging Ra to persevere, to summon all his might and wisdom. With every strike of his golden sword, Ra fought off the darkness, each blow sending ripples of light through the night sky. The moon, a witness to the celestial spectacle, cast a silvery glow, illuminating the battlefield. The hearts of the people raced as they awaited the dawn, praying for their sun god's victory. They adorned their homes with symbols of protection, drawing the eye of Horus to ward off Apep's influence. Their faith was unwavering, a testament to their belief in Ra's power. As the night wore on, moments of stillness would arise, filled with suspense when it seemed as though the darkness might consume all. In those quiet moments, a palpable fear gripped the hearts of those below. Would Ra prevail, or would the world be plunged into eternal night? Yet, just when hope seemed lost, a flicker of light would emerge, a shimmer of brilliance breaking through the suffocating shadows. With renewed vigor, Ra charged once more, his spirit unyielding. He drew on the energy of the stars, the prayers of the faithful, and the strength of the earth itself. The serpent recoiled, hissing in fury as light pierced through the gloom. In that climactic moment, the sun erupted in an explosion of color, an awe-inspiring display of power and glory. The dawn would break, and with it, a wave of relief washed over the land. As Ra ascended once again, the people rejoiced. They sang songs of triumph, their spirits lifted as rays of sunlight warmed their faces. The earth awakened, animals stirred, and life bloomed anew. Ra had conquered the darkness once more, and with each sunrise, the cycle of life reaffirmed its magic. They understood that each day was a gift, a promise of hope threaded through their existence. But the sun's journey was far from over. As Ra continued across the sky, the shadows would gather once more, plotting for the night ahead. The people looked up with a mix of awe and trepidation. knowing that the battle was never truly finished. Each sunset marked not just the end of a day but the beginning of a struggle, a cycle that would repeat endlessly. And so the sun traveled on, a blazing chariot racing through the heavens, illuminating the earth below while darkness lingered at the fringes. Rha's journey was a dance of light and shadow, an eternal fight that echoed through the ages, reminding all who watched that in every struggle there lay a flicker of hope, a promise that the dawn would rise again. As the sun began to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows once more, anticipation hung heavy in the air, for they knew that the night was coming, and with it, the great battle would unfold anew. In the dim light of a flickering torch, the air thick with the scent of ancient incense, a figure draped in linen stood before a gathering of souls. This was no ordinary scene. It was the moment when life and death intertwined, when the fate of every heart and spirit rested in the hands of Osiris, the god of the underworld and resurrection. The whispers of the past echoed through the shadows as the living and the departed held their breath, suspended in an eternal moment. Osiris, with skin the color of the fertile Nile, exuded a calm authority that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to gaze upon him. He wore a crown of white feathers symbolizing purity and truth, his eyes glowing with the wisdom of ages. Beneath his gaze, the lost souls felt their fears dissolve, replaced by a fragile hope that flickered like the dying flame of a candle. They had come to seek judgment, to discover if they were worthy of life beyond death, and the weight of their choices hung heavily in the air. In a world where the boundary between the living and the dead was blurred, Osiris stood as the ultimate arbiter. His heart, once filled with love and betrayal, beat with the power to grant resurrection or damnation. Stories of his life were woven into the very fabric of Egyptian culture. Tales of his tragic death at the hands of his brother Set, a fierce god of chaos and storms. But it was not just his demise that marked him as a deity. It was his rebirth, a story of love, redemption, and the eternal cycle of life. In this hallowed space, the judgment began. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, stepped forward, his presence a stark contrast to the serene figure of Osiris. With careful precision, Anubis weighed the hearts of the deceased against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. The tension in the chamber was palpable, each heartbeat a drumroll leading to a fateful conclusion. Would their hearts be light enough to pass the test, or would they be devoured by the fearsome Ammit, waiting hungrily in the shadows? As the first soul stepped forward, trembling with anticipation, the memories of a life lived played out like a flickering film. The echoes of laughter, the warmth of love, the bitter sting of regret, all collided in a kaleidoscope of emotions. Osiris watched intently, his expression inscrutable, the weight of his presence a promise that life could begin anew. The soul's heart was placed on the scale, trembling, a reflection of every choice made, every moment cherished or wasted. With each soul that approached, the stories unfolded, tales of bravery, of betrayal, of the mundane and the extraordinary. As Osiris listened, he felt the pull of their emotions, the threads of their lives weaving a tapestry that depicted the very essence of humanity. He understood their pain and their joy, their fears and their hopes. He had walked among them as a mortal once, and the memory of that life lingered like a sweet ghost in his heart. Yet, looming over this sacred ground was the specter of Set, his brother turned adversary. The darkness of his chaos lingered like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury, threatening to disrupt the fragile balance Osiris had fought to maintain. Set's laughter, wild and mocking, echoed in the minds of those gathered, a reminder that the path to resurrection was fraught with peril. His desire for power was insatiable, his heart as heavy as the stones that sealed Osiris's tomb. As the judgment continued, a flicker of movement caught Osiris's eye. A soul, shrouded in despair, emerged, her heart weighed down by grief and guilt. She had lost everything: the love of her life, her home, her very sense of self. As she stepped into the light, tears glistened in her eyes, each drop a testament to her suffering. Osiris felt her pain resonate within him, a reminder of his own loss, the love he had for his wife, Isis, who had fought fiercely to bring him back from the abyss. "I am unworthy," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the murmurs of anticipation. "I have done terrible things." Osiris stepped closer, his voice soft yet commanding. "Your heart holds the weight of your choices, yes, but it is also filled with the echoes of your love. Redemption is born from the ashes of despair." Anubis nodded, the jackal-headed deity recognizing the flicker of hope in her heart. The scales trembled as her heart was weighed, the feather of Maat floating lightly above. The tension was unbearable, every soul present holding their breath in unity, hoping for a miracle. Time stretched and twisted as the outcome hung in the balance. Would she be cast into darkness or granted the chance to rise anew? The fate of the living and the dead teetered on the edge of a knife, and Osiris felt the weight of their collective hope. In that moment, he was not merely a god, he was a beacon of possibility, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, the spark of resurrection could ignite. Suddenly, with a flourish of light, the scales tipped, the feather rising triumphantly. Gasps filled the chamber, a symphony of jubilation and relief. The soul, enveloped in a radiant glow, felt the shackles of her past fall away as she embraced the promise of rebirth. Osiris smiled, a gentle yet powerful force that resonated with the souls around him. But just as the joy began to swell, a chill swept through the air, a warning that darkness was never far behind. The ground trembled, the shadows deepened, and the laughter of Set echoed once more, sinister and haunting. The balance was fragile, and Osiris sensed the impending storm. The night was still young, and the battle between light and dark was far from over. With every judgment that passed, the whispers of the past grew louder, a reminder of the eternal struggle between love and betrayal, hope and despair. The air crackled with anticipation as the next soul stepped forward, uncertain yet hopeful. In this sacred space where the boundaries of life and death blurred, Osiris stood resolute, a guardian of the underworld, a god of resurrection, and a beacon of hope against the chaos that threatened to consume them all. The tales of the lost and the found would continue to unfold, and the cycle of life and death spun on, unbroken. As the night deepened and the struggle for the souls of the departed began anew. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient temple, the air thick with incense and whispered prayers, a mother clutched her child tightly, fear etched on her face. Outside, the world pulsed with chaos. Famine, disease, and war raged like wildfires across the land. Yet in this sacred space, there was a flicker of hope. The mother's heart raced, not just from desperation, but from the knowledge that she stood in the presence of the ultimate protector, Isis, the goddess who embodied magic, motherhood, and fertility. Isis was no ordinary deity. She was the lifeblood of the ancient Egyptian world. Her name echoed through the ages, a symbol of strength and compassion. With each statue carved from gleaming stone, each mural painted with vibrant colors, the people depicted her with wings outstretched, cradling the sun between them like a precious jewel. To them, she was not just a figure in a story. She was a mother who understood their struggles, a wise woman who wielded the power of magic to transform despair into hope. As the mother knelt, her forehead pressed against the cool stone floor, she murmured prayers that had been passed down through generations. "O Isis, hear my plea," she whispered. "Grant me the strength to protect my child." For countless women, Isis was a beacon in the darkest of times. They turned to her when they faced the overwhelming tide of loss and grief, when dreams of motherhood danced tantalizingly out of reach. Isis, with her nurturing spirit, was there to guide them through the storm. In the shadows of the temple, the stories of Isis's life unfolded like a tapestry, woven from the threads of love and betrayal. Born of the earth and the sky, she was the daughter of Nut, the goddess of the sky, and Geb, the god of the earth. Her very essence was entwined with the cycles of nature, life blooming in spring, the harvest ripening in summer, and the quiet rest of winter. She was the epitome of fertility, the one who breathed life into the barren soil, coaxing forth seeds to germinate and blossom. But it was her role as a mother that truly defined her. The tale of her son, Horus, was one of epic proportions. After the brutal murder of her husband Osiris, she refused to be defeated by despair. Instead, she gathered her strength and wielded her magic, using it to resurrect Osiris so that he could guide her in their quest for revenge against Set, the god who had wronged them. The bond between mother and son was unbreakable, a fierce love that transcended even death itself. It was this love that inspired countless mothers who faced their own trials, reminding them of their inner strength and resilience. As the candle flickered, illuminating the lines of the mother's face, she envisioned the stories of Isis's magic. The goddess was known to possess knowledge that could heal, protect, and empower. Men and women sought her blessings to ensure safe childbirth or to nurture their families. Is there anything more sacred than the bond between a mother and her child? Isis understood this intimately. Her heart ached with the concerns of women in labor. Her spirit soared with every newborn cry. With every prayer offered in her name, she transformed vulnerability into empowerment, fear into courage. But the tale of Isis was not solely one of love and nurturing. It was also filled with trials and tribulations that could bring any heart to its knees. The myth of her resurrection magic was a testament to her unyielding spirit. When Osiris lay slain, she did not wail in helplessness. Instead, she embarked on a perilous journey, collecting the scattered pieces of his body, which Set had torn apart in his rage. This relentless pursuit showcased her determination. It was a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, one could rise again. Those who sought her favor often found themselves inspired to overcome their own adversities, to fight for their loved ones with the same relentless spirit. Isis's influence extended beyond the realm of motherhood and magic. She was a goddess of wisdom and knowledge, a bridge between the mortal and divine. She possessed secrets of healing that could mend not only bodies but also broken spirits. Her followers would gather at her temples, seeking solace and guidance. Her priests and priestesses, draped in flowing robes, spoke her name with reverence, sharing her teachings with those who dared to believe in miracles. Each incantation, every ritual, was a testament to her power, a celebration of the life force that pulsed through the universe. In the dim light of the temple, the mother felt a stirring in her heart, an echo of the goddess's presence. She could almost hear Isis's voice, a whisper of reassurance that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. With newfound strength, she lifted her eyes, catching sight of an image of Isis on the wall, her face serene and loving, radiating warmth that seemed to permeate the air. The mother felt her fear ebb away as she remembered that she was not alone. Isis watched over her, a guardian spirit in a world filled with trials. The mother offered another prayer, this one louder, filled with conviction. "O Isis, grant me your strength. Help me to be the mother my child deserves." It was a request shared by countless others, a plea that transcended boundaries and cultures, uniting women who sought the same blessings of protection and love. In that moment, the temple felt alive, the walls vibrating with the energy of countless hopes and dreams, all rising like incense toward the heavens. As the flickering light danced in the shadows, the air became charged with something electric, a sign that magic was afoot. In that sacred space, the connection between the mother and the goddess grew stronger, intertwining their fates. The stories of Isis weren't just tales of the past, they were living threads woven into the very fabric of existence. binding every mother's heart to that of the powerful goddess who watched over them all. Outside, the world continued its chaotic dance, but within the temple, hope flourished. The mother felt the pulse of Isis's magic all around her, a reminder that no matter how dark the night, the dawn would come. Each heartbeat echoed the stories of those who had come before her, mothers who had weathered storms and emerged victorious. And as she prayed, the candlelight flickered once more, casting a spell that intertwined her fate with that of Isis, forever binding them in an unbroken chain of love, strength, and relentless magic. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the ancient Egyptian landscape, its rays shimmering on the Nile as if the river itself had turned to molten gold. In that moment, amidst the bustling of life along the banks, a falcon soared overhead, its shadow sweeping across the sand below. This was no ordinary bird. It was Horus, the falcon god, a deity whose very presence infused the air with a charged energy that seemed to whisper both power and protection. From the dawn of time, Horus had been revered as the guardian of the pharaohs, a divine force watching over the rulers of Egypt as they navigated the complexities of life and death. His fierce gaze held the wisdom of ages, and his wings were symbols of strength and might. Legends spoke of his battles against chaos, his conflicts with Set, the god of disorder. Each tale was imbued with tension, the clash of titans echoing through the annals of history. But it was more than just a struggle. It was the embodiment of the eternal fight for balance. As the pharaohs rose and fell, their spirits intertwined with Horus's essence. They wore his image on their crowns, believing that with each regal adornment came a piece of the god's protection. The falcon's emblem was etched into their tombs, carved into stone, and painted on the walls of temples, each stroke a prayer seeking favor and guidance. The towering obelisks reaching toward the heavens became monuments to Horus, his spirit residing within the very fabric of the land. A hush fell upon the people as they prepared for the grand festival of Horus, a celebration that ignited the streets with life and color. Dancers adorned in feathers and gold moved gracefully, embodying the spirit of the falcon, their arms outstretched as if they too were soaring through the sky. The air buzzed with excitement, the scent of incense curling around the crowd, mingling with the laughter of children and the sweet melodies of musicians playing their flutes and lyres. This was a moment of unity, a tribute to a god who bound them all together under his watchful gaze. But amidst the festivities, the shadows whispered tales of uncertainty. Rumors of unrest grew louder, unsettling the peace that had held the land. The people looked to the sky, hoping for a sign from Horus, their protector. Would he intervene? Would he shield them from the chaos threatening to sweep across the horizon? With every anxious heartbeat, the tension mounted, a palpable fear that gripped the hearts of both the common folk and the ruling elite. In the temple of Edfu, the grand home of Horus, priests adorned in linen and gold offered prayers, their voices rising to the heavens. They sought guidance, desperate for clarity as the winds of change began to stir. The priests, sworn to protect the teachings of the god, understood the weight of their responsibility. They shared tales of Horus's vengeance against Set, recounting how the falcon had risen from the ashes of defeat, determined to restore order and light. The stories ignited a flicker of hope, but doubt loomed large in the shadows, casting a pall over the vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as a solitary figure approached. It was a young girl, no more than 10, her eyes wide with innocence and wisdom beyond her years. She carried a small statue of Horus, its detail exquisite, the falcon's fierce eyes captured in stone. As she raised the figure high, her voice rang out clear and true, piercing through the murmurs of uncertainty. "Horus is with us," she proclaimed, a spark of defiance lighting her spirit. Her words echoed through the streets, igniting a flame of courage in the hearts of those gathered. As night fell, the festival transitioned into a vibrant display of lights, the sky illuminated with flickering flames and the glow of lanterns. The people danced, celebrating not only their god but their resilience in the face of adversity. The moment felt electric, a reminder of the strength they carried within. The falcon's wings, both literal and metaphorical, enveloped them, offering a sense of belonging and hope. But lurking beneath the surface, the tension continued to simmer. In the distance, the sound of drums echoed, a heartbeat that resonated with the pulse of the land. It was a reminder that chaos was never far away. Whispers of discontent brewed among factions, the balance Horus fought to maintain threatened by those who sought power for themselves. The people held their breath, praying silently that their protector would intervene once more, that the falcon would rise to defend them against the encroaching darkness. In the depths of the temple, the priests conducted rituals, calling upon Horus to guide their actions. They knew the stakes were high. The fate of Egypt rested upon their shoulders. With each chant, they felt the energy of the god surge around them, a swirling force that filled the air with anticipation. Would Horus answer their calls? Would he grant them the strength to face the trials ahead? The priests felt the weight of their devotion, the promise of protection binding them to their god. Yet doubts flickered in their minds, shadows of fear threatening to eclipse their faith. As dawn approached, the first light of day broke over the horizon, illuminating the vast expanse of the Nile and the golden sands. Horus, the watchful falcon, soared above, his wings spread wide, casting a protective shadow over the land. The tension hung thick in the air, a fragile balance that could tip at any moment. The people gathered at the river's edge, eyes turned skyward, hearts racing, awaiting the moment they would know if Horus would once again rise as their defender, or if the chaos they feared would finally break free. The wind howled like a wounded animal, swirling grains of sand into the air like a frenzied dance of chaos. It was here, amidst the desolation of the desert, that whispers of Set, the god of chaos and desert storms, lingered like the heat on the horizon. Legends told of his tempestuous nature and the storms he commanded, a force that could turn the serene into an inferno in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but awe and devastation in its wake. Even the most seasoned travelers spoke in hushed tones about the eerie calm that often preceded his wrath. As twilight fell, the sky shifted from a brilliant orange to a haunting indigo, a subtle warning that danger loomed on the horizon. The sun dipped, shadows lengthened, and the air thickened with tension, as if the very earth was holding its breath. In ancient Egypt, Set was more than just a god. He was a symbol of the unpredictable forces of nature. He was worshipped and feared in equal measure, his duality echoing through the ages. Histories etched in hieroglyphs spoke of his fierce battles against Osiris and Horus, a family feud that shook the heavens and the earth. Each clash resonated with the fury of 1,000 storms, a reminder that chaos could emerge from the most sacred of bonds. Across the arid sands, the stories of lost caravans filled the air, tinged with a sense of foreboding. The travelers who dared to venture too far often found themselves caught in sudden sandstorms, their cries lost to the howling winds. It was said that Set's very breath could ignite the skies, turning day into night, leaving behind a landscape transformed and unrecognizable. One evening, as the sun slipped beneath the dunes, a group of merchants gathered around a small fire. Their laughter echoed against the vast emptiness, but beneath their jovial banter lay an undercurrent of unease. Each crackle of the flames seemed to summon the spirit of Set, a reminder of the chaos that could erupt at any moment. The air was electric, charged with an energy that made the hairs on their arms stand on end. "It's just a storm," one of the merchants said, trying to dismiss the tension. But deep inside, they all sensed the truth. Set was near, lurking just beyond the horizon. As they shared stories of their daring exploits, the winds began to shift. The once gentle breeze morphed into a fierce gust, sending the fire flickering wildly. The sky darkened, the stars smudged by the encroaching clouds. Fear crept into their hearts as they exchanged glances, knowing that the god of chaos was not merely a tale spun to frighten children. He was real, and he was coming. Within moments, the heavens erupted. The first raindrop fell. Heavy and laden with the weight of impending doom, it was soon followed by others, a torrential downpour that transformed the dry earth into a treacherous mire. The merchants scrambled, their laughter replaced by cries of panic as the storm grew louder, churning with a ferocity that rattled their very souls. The winds whipped around them, twisting and turning, a chaotic ballet that threatened to swallow them whole. Somewhere in the chaos, the voice of the ancient god seemed to rise above the din. "Embrace the storm," he whispered, echoing in the minds of the terrified merchants. "Surrender to the chaos, for it is in the turmoil that you shall find your strength." Those words, spoken by a being that thrived in disorder, struck a chord deep within them. They realized that in the face of such overwhelming power, there was no choice but to yield. As the tempest raged, the merchants formed a circle, holding hands tightly as if their bond could shield them from the fury outside. They recited prayers to Osiris, calling on the god of the afterlife to protect them from Set's wrath. But amidst the chaos, a strange calm began to settle within. They felt the rhythm of the storm, the chaotic heart of Set thrumming in time with their own. It was terrifying, exhilarating, and profoundly humbling all at once. In the eye of the storm, they glimpsed a vision of Set himself. He emerged from the swirling sands, a figure cloaked in shadows, his eyes burning like twin suns. The merchants trembled, yet they could not look away. Set was neither villain nor hero. He was raw power personified, a reminder of the delicate balance between order and chaos. His voice roared through the tempest, booming and echoing. "Let the storms rage, let the sands shift. I am chaos, and to resist me is to resist life itself." With each word, the storm intensified, but the merchants stood firm, united against the malevolence that threatened to tear them apart. They had been granted a glimpse into the divine, a chance to confront their own fears and insecurities. As lightning cracked and thunder rolled, they felt a surge of energy coursing through them, igniting a fire that burned brighter than any storm. Moments stretched into hours, the chaos enveloping them like a living thing. They cried out, not in fear, but in defiance, a collective shout that reverberated through the very fabric of the storm. In that instant, they understood the true nature of Set. He was a necessary force, a catalyst for change. Without chaos, there could be no growth, no rebirth. As dawn broke, the storm began to wane. The winds settled, and the rain slowed to a gentle drizzle. The world transformed around them. The barren desert now graced with glistening droplets that shimmered like jewels in the first light of day. It was a new beginning, a testament to their resilience in the face of chaos. With the storm's passing, they felt a profound sense of connection, not just to one another, but to the very essence of existence itself. But as they gathered their wits and prepared to move on, a lingering shadow fell over them. Set was not done. The echoes of his chaos remained, a promise of storms yet to come. They could feel it in their bones, a whisper of what lay ahead, a reminder that the delicate balance between order and chaos would always be in flux. The desert had shifted, and they would carry the mark of Set with them, a part of the storm forever entwined in their souls. In the flickering light of the flickering torches lining the stone walls, a shiver rippled through the air, thick with anticipation. The scent of ancient spices and bittersweet myrrh mingled with the stale aroma of aged parchment, evoking a sense of reverence and trepidation. Shadows danced across the cold limestone, weaving tales of lives once lived, now veiled in the mists of time. A figure loomed, draped in black, his jackal head silhouetted against the soft glow, a harbinger of fate, a guardian of the soul. Anubis, the enigmatic deity of the dead, stood watch over the sacred practices of mummification. His presence was palpable, a guardian of the threshold between the living and the departed. With every heartbeat, the weight of his duty settled heavily upon his shoulders. He was not a figure of fear, but a protector, guiding lost souls through the labyrinth of eternity. The ancient Egyptians understood the complexities of life and death, and Anubis embodied that understanding with a solemn grace. In the dimly lit chamber of the embalming room, the air buzzed with a mix of hope and anxiety. Families gathered, their faces etched with sorrow, clutching the remnants of their loved ones, a cherished memory captured in fragile skin, now lying before them, still and silent. Anubis watched with solemn eyes as the embalmers prepared the body. The sacred ritual was fraught with emotion. Each incision made, each ounce of sacred natron sprinkled, was an act of love, a final farewell and a promise of rebirth. The embalmers, skilled practitioners, moved with delicate precision. Their hands, steady and sure, reflected the weight of their sacred mission. They remembered the teachings passed down through generations, the secrets of preserving the body for the journey ahead. As they worked, a hushed whisper could be heard, a soft incantation that mingled with the rustle of linen wrappings. The air tingled with power, the presence of Anubis wrapped around them like a protective cloak. He was the one who weighed hearts against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. Anubis's gaze pierced through the veil of mortality, seeing not just the flesh but the essence of each soul, their fears, dreams, and regrets. Each heart laid bare held a story, and it was his task to ensure that the balance was just. Those who had lived with honor would navigate their way to the field of reeds, while others would face the dread of the devouring monster, Amit. As the wrappings enveloped the lifeless form, a palpable tension filled the room. The mourners held their breath, eyes glistening as they imagined the spirit of their loved one embarking on an uncertain voyage. Would they find peace in the afterlife? Would Anubis guide them safely through the treacherous waters of the Duat? The questions weighed heavily. Each thought a building wave crashing against their hearts. Anubis felt their anguish, their hope, and their despair. His role went beyond mere ceremony. It was an emotional tether that bound him to the living. They depended on him to navigate the mysteries of the afterlife. When the final linen strip was placed and the last sacred oils were poured, he stepped forward. With the flick of his wrist, a spell was spoken, a powerful incantation that echoed off the walls. It resonated through the very marrow of the earth, stirring ancient echoes that had long since faded. With the final words uttered, the room fell into an eerie stillness. A calm before the storm of emotions. Anubis raised his jackal head, the piercing gaze of his golden eyes sweeping across the mourners. To them, he wasn't just a figure of myth, he was a promise that the departed would not be alone. The hearts of the mourners pounded in rhythm with ancient rites, their faith intertwining with the sacred duty of the guardian. The moment hung in the air, thick with unspoken words and uncried tears. As the body was placed into the tomb, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, Anubis felt a shift. The weight of the world pressed down upon him. He bore the hopes and fears of every soul seeking solace beyond the veil. He was the bridge between realms, the embrace of darkness keeping chaos at bay. Through the cracks of that dim chamber, whispers of ancient prayers drifted like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze. Each prayer echoed the desire for protection, for guidance through the shadowed paths ahead. Anubis stood firm, unwavering, ready to lead the way, his deep, resonant voice like thunder in the silent night. The journey into the unknown awaited, and he would be the steadfast guide for all those who sought the light beyond. As the final stone sealed the tomb, the mourners turned to leave, hearts heavy yet filled with a flicker of hope. They believed in Anubis, in the promise of rebirth and renewal. They understood that death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage into another realm where the spirit could soar free. And in that moment, as they stepped out into the night, they carried a piece of the guardian with them, a reminder that they were never truly alone. In the silent shadows of the burial grounds, Anubis remained, a vigilante of souls. He sensed the stirring of another spirit nearby, a whisper of fate calling out. The moon bathed the world in silvery light, illuminating the path for those who had yet to pass. The guardian's heart quickened, an echoing drumbeat in the stillness. He knew that with every soul that crossed his threshold, a new story would begin, one filled with uncertainty, yet laced with a hope as old as time itself. And so it was, amidst the ancient stones and the flickering lights, that Anubis continued his eternal watch, a sentinel of the dead, ready to guide souls through the shadows, through the pain, and into the embrace of eternity. The journey was endless, the stories unyielding, for in every heart there lay a tale waiting to be told, waiting for the guardian to usher it into the light of the afterlife. Under the shimmering light of the ancient Egyptian sun, a figure stood beneath the sprawling branches of a sycamore tree, a quill poised delicately above a sheet of papyrus. The air, thick with the scent of ink and the whispers of the wind, seemed to hold its breath, as though the world awaited the words that would spill forth from this divine scribe. Thoth, the god of wisdom, writing, and knowledge, radiated an aura of profound serenity that drew in all who were fortunate enough to witness him. His ibis head tilted slightly, as if listening to secrets carried by the breeze from the Nile. In the bustling cities of ancient Egypt, scholars and scribes revered Thoth as their guiding star. They gathered in the shadow of grand temples, their hearts pounding with anticipation as they recounted tales of this god, his brilliance illuminating the dark corners of ignorance. Thoth was said to be the inventor of writing itself, a gift that transformed oral tradition into a legacy etched in stone and papyrus for generations to come. The stories of kings and commoners alike flowed through his pen, each stroke a testament to the complexity of human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, the air crackled with energy. Thoth's presence was palpable, an electric spark that ignited the minds and hearts of those who sought enlightenment. People flocked to him, their eyes wide with hope and longing, yearning to capture the knowledge that he so freely offered. They could feel the thundering pulse of their own aspirations mirrored in his every movement. The heartbeats of countless souls echoed in harmony with Thoth's wisdom, a symphony of yearning and enlightenment. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, a young scribe named Chem approached Thoth with trembling hands and a quivering heart. His dreams were lofty. He sought not just to write, but to weave words that would transcend time. Chem's eyes shimmered with determination, but doubt clouded his mind. "Great Thoth," he called out, his voice barely rising above a whisper. "I wish to capture the essence of life itself in my writings. How do I become worthy of such a task?" Thoth turned to him, and in that moment, the world seemed to pause. A profound stillness enveloped them as the god's gaze pierced through the layers of Chem's uncertainty. "To write is to hold the universe in your hands," Thoth replied, his voice smooth and melodic, like the flowing waters of the Nile. "You must first know yourself. Only then can you reflect the truths of existence." The young scribe felt his heart race, not from fear, but from the exhilarating possibility of understanding the cosmos through his words. The ink in his hand became a conduit for the very essence of life, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. He could almost taste the sweet nectar of inspiration as Thoth gestured toward the stars, illuminating the night sky with tales of gods and mortals, of love and loss, of triumph and despair. But wisdom, Thoth knew, came not without trials. Just as the Nile ebbed and flowed, so too did the journey of learning, the laughter of children, the cries of the oppressed, the whispers of the wise. All were threads in the intricate tapestry of existence. Chem's heart swelled with emotion as he listened to the stories woven into the fabric of ancient Egypt, each one a lesson in resilience and courage, each one urging him to embrace the storms of life. In the depths of the moonlit night, Chem's imagination soared. He envisioned grand battles waged on the sands, where bravery clashed with treachery. He saw lovers torn apart by fate, only to be reunited by the threads of destiny. With each vision, his fingers danced across the papyrus, the ink flowing like blood through his veins. Thoth watched, an approving smile gracing his beak-like face, knowing that the scribe was beginning to grasp the sacred art of storytelling. Yet, as with all great endeavors, darkness lurked at the edges. The shadows of doubt crept into Chem's thoughts, whispering insidious questions that threatened to unravel his burgeoning confidence. What if his words fell flat? What if he failed to capture the wisdom that Thoth bestowed upon him? The young scribe's heart raced, and the ink in his hand threatened to freeze. It was then that Thoth stepped closer, his eyes shimmering with understanding, a reflection of the struggles faced by all who seek enlightenment. "Fear not, Chem," Thoth spoke, his voice a soothing balm. "Every word you write carries the weight of your heart. Embrace the vulnerability of creation. It is through these very struggles that true wisdom is born. Remember, even I was once a fledgling in the vast library of the cosmos." The reassurance in Thoth's voice wrapped around Chem like a warm embrace, grounding him in the swirling chaos of his thoughts. With renewed resolve, Chem poured his soul onto the papyrus, his heart racing with every stroke of the quill. He felt the weight of history behind him, the spirits of past scribes and scholars breathing life into his work. The words flowed like the sacred waters of the Nile, each syllable a step closer to understanding the mosaic of existence that Thoth embodied. In that moment, as the ink dried under the watchful gaze of the stars, Chem felt a surge of emotion course through him. His aspirations, once mere flickers of light, now burned like a brilliant flame. The connection between the mortal and the divine was undeniable. Thoth, the eternal god of wisdom, had bestowed upon him a gift that would echo through eternity. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Thoth prepared to journey to the horizon, leaving Chem with the whispers of his teachings. The young scribe's heart was ablaze with possibility, his thoughts racing with the stories yet to be written, the truths yet to be uncovered. The world was vast, stretching far beyond the borders of his imagination, and he was ready to embrace it all. Chem stood alone beneath the sycamore tree, the first rays of sunlight illuminating the papyrus spread before him. The ink shimmered, reflecting the promise of a new dawn. He could feel the heartbeat of the universe resonating within him, urging him onward. The echoes of Thoth's wisdom lingered in the air, a melody that would guide him through the labyrinth of knowledge and creativity. The journey of discovery had only just begun, and the possibilities were infinite. In the warm glow of the Egyptian sun, a festival bursts into life, vibrant and pulsating with energy. Laughter dances through the air, merging with the sweet, intoxicating notes of music that weave themselves into the very fabric of the day. At the center of it all stands Hathor, the goddess whose very essence embodies love, joy, and music. Her presence is a force, a magnet pulling people closer, as if the universe itself has conspired to gather them for a celebration of the heart. Hathor, adorned in splendid gold and turquoise, her skin imbued with the warmth of the desert sun, moves gracefully, her laughter like the tinkling of chimes. The crowd, a tapestry of faces and cultures, reflects her joy. Each joyous note played by the musician seems to lift spirits higher, each beat resonating with an unspoken understanding that they are part of something extraordinary. In her presence, sadness fades, and love blooms like the first flowers of spring, bright and promising. Her role as the goddess of love transcends mere romance. It envelops the love of friends, family, and the simple joys of life. People seek her blessings not only for unions, but also for harmony and connection. When a young couple locks eyes across the crowd, their hearts race not just from infatuation, but from the divine influence of Hathor, who whispers promises of happiness and companionship in their ears. In this world long ago, Hathor was known for her nurturing spirit. She was a protector of women, a goddess who embraced motherhood with open arms. Mothers would come to her temples, offering thanks for their children, hoping to garner her favor for the strength to raise them with love. The walls of her shrines were adorned with intricate carvings depicting her caring for infants, each image a testament to her gentle spirit. Sacred rituals took place, where women sang praises, their voices rising in unison, echoing through the sacred spaces, creating a soft, reverent harmony that seemed to caress the very air. But Hathor was not only a goddess of tender moments, she was also fiercely powerful, a force to be reckoned with. In times of war, when the heart of Egypt was threatened, her duality emerged. She became a warrior, fierce and untamed, leading the charge to protect her people. Her fierce love for them ignited a fire within her, a passion that could turn into wrath if provoked. The stories of her victories were told in hushed reverence, how she could shift from the embodiment of joy to a tempest of fury, how the same hands that cradled infants could wield a sword, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. In the serene moments, she is often depicted in the company of Hathor's sacred animal, the cow. This gentle creature represented sustenance and nourishment. The milk from her sacred cows was believed to hold healing properties, a gift from Hathor herself. The sound of cows mooing became a song of comfort, a reminder of the goddess's nurturing side. Temples dedicated to her were often filled with the sounds of grazing and the laughter of children as families came to receive blessings for health and prosperity. The festival reaches its peak and the air is charged with anticipation. Musicians, inspired by Hathor, play their instruments with fervent passion. The lyres, drums, and flutes combine to create a symphony that makes the earth beneath them vibrate. Dancers sway, their bodies moving in sync with the rhythm, a celebration of life and love, and the goddess herself seems to transcend into the moment. Her laughter mingles with the music, a sound so pure it makes the heart ache with longing for joy, for connection, for that fleeting moment of bliss. Yet, in the shadows of the revelry, whispers of a darker time linger. Stories float on the wind of the goddess's fierce loyalty to her people, tales of how she confronted the sun god Rhea when he had grown weary and distant from humanity. She stood before him, her face filled with determination, her voice ringing out clear as a bell, challenging him to remember the warmth of love and compassion. It is said that her words transformed Rhea, reminding him of the joy that comes from connection and love. The balance of the heavens swayed, a reminder of the importance of both joy and seriousness in life. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden hue across the land, a hush falls over the crowd. Something monumental is about to unfold. The temple priests prepare a sacred offering, a tribute to Hathor that signifies the deep respect and love they hold for her. The air crackles with energy, the anticipation palpable. This is not merely a ritual, it is an expression of gratitude. A moment where the divine and earthly realms blend into one, creating a tapestry rich in emotion and history. And just as the final notes of the evening's music fade into the twilight, a bolt of inspiration strikes. The atmosphere thickens with emotion, and the audience stands mesmerized, their hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of the moment. In that stillness, they feel her presence more than ever. Hathor is there, her spirit enveloping them in warmth, her laughter echoing in their souls. It is a reminder that love, joy, and music are eternal, woven into the very fabric of existence. As the last rays of sunlight dip below the horizon, the festival transitions into the night, the stars twinkling like the eyes of the goddess herself. Hearts remain open and spirits are lifted, as if Hathor has sprinkled each person with the dust of her joy. The night is alive, a continuation of the day's celebration, as the stories of Hathor's love fill the air, promising that her influence will resonate far beyond the festival, into the lives of everyone who dares to love deeply and joyfully. In the silent spaces between the notes, where joy and a hint of longing linger, the world breathes a collective sigh. Love is a melody, and in that moment it echoes through time. A reminder that Hathor's spirit will forever be intertwined with the very essence of life itself. The rhythm of the night hums softly, preparing to shift once more, as new tales of love and joy await, eager to unfold. A tempest swept across the golden sands of ancient Egypt, stirring the air thick with suspense and anticipation. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like spirits on the ground. In a far-off temple echoing with the whispers of priests and the scent of incense, a figure loomed large, a lioness, fierce and regal, embodying the wrath and power of the goddess Sekhmet. Sekhmet, with her lion-headed visage and piercing eyes, was not just a goddess. She was a formidable warrior, the very embodiment of rage and protection. The air crackled around her, as if the very essence of battle surged through her veins. Even now, centuries later, one could feel the electric energy she radiated, a magnetic force that drew warriors and kings alike to her. Pharaohs prayed to her, seeking her strength in times of war and peace, entrusting her with their lives and the fate of the realm. In the sacred halls of Karnak, murals adorned the walls, depicting her in all her glory, her mane flowing like molten gold, a symbol of both beauty and ferocity. Those who looked upon her were reminded of the fierce battles fought in her name, where the sun itself seemed to rise in her honor. She was a goddess of healing and destruction, a duality that echoed through the hearts of all who worshipped her. Warriors would march into battle with her name on their lips, their courage bolstered by the powerful image of Sekhmet. They believed that her spirit surged through them, granting them strength, bravery, and an insatiable thirst for victory. Each clash of swords mirrored the ancient stories, where she had once raged against the enemies of Egypt, her roar echoing over the battlefield like rolling thunder. But her power was not confined to destruction alone. Sekhmet was revered as a healer, a goddess who could mend wounds and soothe the troubled souls of her followers. The priests, draped in linen, would pray for her guidance, for she held the sacred knowledge of medicine, capable of turning the tides of a battle with a gentle touch as easily as a fierce swipe. In temples, the air hummed with chants, invoking her name, healing the sick, and leading the lost back to the light. Her followers laid offerings at her feet, small figurines, bowls of honey, and fragrant oils, hoping for her favor, for in her kindness lay salvation. Yet the line between her benevolence and her wrath was thin. Tales of her fury spread like wildfire, warning those who dared to defy the laws of the gods. There was a chilling story of a kingdom that fell to ruin, swallowed by the wrath of Sekhmet when they turned their backs on the pharaoh. The skies darkened, and a fierce storm unleashed upon the land, mirroring the goddess's rage. It was said that when the storm subsided, the once thriving fields lay barren, and the cries of the defeated echoed across the sands. Priests would gather to conduct rituals, attempting to quell her fury, invoking the soothing essence of her gentler counterpart, Hathor, to temper the tempest within Sekhmet. They understood that her duality was not to be tamed but acknowledged. With offerings of wine and music, they sought to bring her back from the brink of destruction, to coax her back into the light, for they knew that a calm Sekhmet held the power to restore life and vitality. Amid the shadows of the temples, whispers of her legends spread like the Nile's waters, weaving through the hearts of those who believed. Children were told stories of how Sekhmet protected the pharaoh, defending the land from the chaos that threatened to consume it. Her essence was felt in every corner of Egypt, from the bustling markets of Thebes to the serene banks of the Nile. People painted her image on papyrus and carved her likeness into stone, ensuring that her spirit lived on through every stroke, every prayer. In sacred rituals performed at the summer solstice, priests would dress as lions, embodying Sekhmet herself, invoking her spirit as they danced under the burning sun. The villagers watched, their hearts pounding with excitement as they felt an overwhelming sense of unity and strength. They believed that as long as Sekhmet's essence flowed through their blood, they could withstand any trial, face any enemy. Each drumbeat reverberated in their chests, a pulse that united them with the goddess who walked beside them in spirit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting fiery hues across the sky, the goddess herself seemed to awaken. Sekhmet would roam the land, a protector of those who honored her, fierce against those who would bring harm. Even the bravest warriors whispered her name for guidance, their hearts racing with reverence. Every victory in battle was attributed to her fierce spirit, while losses were met with prayers for her mercy, hoping she would grant them another chance, another day. But lurking in the shadows were those who sought to twist her power for their gain, believing they could control her fury. They underestimated her wrath, unaware that she could not be tamed or bound. Whispers of a dark sorcerer reached the ears of the priests, a man who dared to wield the power of Sekhmet for his own desires. His ambitions threatened to unleash a storm far greater than anything Egypt had ever known. As the sorcerer plotted in the darkness, the tension in the air thickened. The people of Egypt held their breath, for they sensed the storm brewing, a portent of danger that could shatter their world. The temples fell silent, the usual chants replaced by anxious murmurs. Eyes turned to the horizon, searching for a sign, a glimmer of hope amidst the looming shadows. The moon rose high, casting a silver glow upon the land, illuminating the path for those brave enough to face the coming storm. It was a night that would change everything, a night where the warrior goddess would rise again, not only to defend her pharaoh but to reclaim the balance of protection and wrath that defined her very essence. The destiny of Egypt hung in the balance, and as the first echoes of battle drums sounded in the distance, hearts raced with both fear and anticipation. The goddess Sekhmet was stirring, and nothing would ever be the same again. In the flickering candlelight of a modest Egyptian home, shadows danced across the walls, mimicking the silent grace of a small feline figure that prowled the room. A soft purr vibrated in the air, rich and soothing, as it curled around the feet of a woman lovingly preparing her evening meal. Her hands moved deftly, slicing vegetables with care, each cut a careful rhythm echoing the heartbeat of the home, warm, tender, and alive. Above her, on a small altar draped in embroidered cloth, sat a statue of Bastet, the revered cat goddess, her features a perfect blend of beauty and strength. As the woman glanced at the statue, her heart swelled with reverence. Bastet was a protector, not just of homes, but of families, bringing the promise of fertility and warmth. This goddess, often depicted with the head of a lioness or a domestic cat, was more than a deity. She was the embodiment of love, safety, and nurturing. As the woman continued to prepare her meal, she felt an unbreakable bond with the goddess who watched over her, guiding her hand and heart. Bastet's stories were ancient yet vivid, whispered in hushed tones by mothers to their children. The goddess had once roamed the sun-drenched landscapes of Egypt, where her fierce spirit guarded against evil forces, her lioness form striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to threaten the peace. Yet, it was her softer side, the gentle cat, that became the cherished guardian of homes and families, fostering prosperity and comfort. It was said that she could weave the fabric of love and life itself, allowing families to flourish under her watchful gaze. The woman paused momentarily, her mind drifting back to tales of the goddess's origins. In the early days of Egyptian civilization, worshippers looked to the skies, searching for answers in the patterns of the stars. They created temples adorned with images of Bastet, where the faithful would gather to offer prayers and gifts, seeking her blessings. Cats, revered and adored, would roam these sacred spaces freely, basking in the sunlight that streamed through high windows, a living testament to their divine connection. In those temples, the air was thick with incense, mingling with the warm scent of oils used in rituals. The rhythmic chants of priests and priestesses echoed like a heartbeat, drawing in crowds who came seeking solace from the goddess. Each worshiper hoped to receive a sign, a flick of a tail, a soft meow, or even a purring presence that lingered when least expected. In those moments, Bastet felt closer than ever, the boundary between mortal and divine non-existent. The woman returned to her meal, recalling stories of the great festival held in honor of Bastet. The sound of laughter and music filled the air as families came together to celebrate the goddess who brought them joy. Colorful processions threaded through the streets, adorned with flowers and vibrant cloth, the rhythm of drums pulsating like a living heartbeat. In those moments, every person felt the goddess's presence, a warm embrace that whispered promises of hope and abundance. But not all was serene in the goddess's tale. There was a darkness that lingered, a lurking shadow that threatened to disrupt the harmony she fostered. When conflict arose, Bastet would take on her fearsome form, transforming into the lioness, ready to defend the very essence of life she cherished. Tales of her fierce battles spread like wildfire, stories of her strength that inspired warriors and comforted mothers. The balance she maintained was delicate, and with every act of protection she carved her mark deeper into the hearts of her people. As the woman stirred her pot, she could almost hear the echoes of ancient battles, the roars of the lioness ringing through the ages. It was a reminder that home was not just a place of comfort, but also a sanctuary that must be protected at all costs. And in that moment, she felt the weight of that responsibility, the power coursing through her veins, connecting her to countless generations of women who had come before her. They had all looked to Bastet for guidance, for strength, and for the promise of tomorrow. The cat at her feet, a living embodiment of the goddess's grace, stretched lazily, its eyes glinting with mischief. The woman chuckled softly, her heart lightened by the playful creature. It was said that each cat carried a fragment of Bastet's spirit, reminding humans of their shared bond, a connection that transcended time and space. This unspoken relationship was one of mutual respect and love, where the feline companions stood as guardians, keeping evil at bay with their mere presence. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted her thoughts, sending her heart racing. A nearby clay pot had slipped from its perch, shattering into countless pieces. The cat sprang into action, darting away from the scene as if sensing the shift in energy. The woman's breath caught in her throat as she surveyed the mess, a tangible reminder of the fragility of life. Sensing the tension in the air, she instinctively reached for the small statue of Bastet, her fingers brushing against the cool surface. In that moment, a warmth enveloped her, flowing through her like a gentle wave, calming her racing heart. The goddess was with her, expressing that even amidst chaos, there was a way to restore balance, to heal the wounds that life often inflicted. With newfound determination, she knelt to clean the broken pieces. Each shard reflected bits of light, gleaming like small treasures. As she gathered them, she whispered a prayer to Bastet, asking for guidance, invoking the goddess's spirit to fill her home with love and protection once more. The bond between them felt unyielding, forged by the trials of every day. And as the last pieces were swept away, she felt an undeniable pull, a surge of energy that ignited her spirit. The warm glow of the candles flickered brighter as if echoing her renewed hope. Bastet's blessings flowed through her, promising fertility, prosperity, and a home filled with laughter. Outside, the world continued to turn, unaware of the sacred bond being forged within the walls of that humble home. A couple of streets away, a mother held her newborn tight, whispering tales of Bastet, planting seeds of faith and love. A child chased a playful kitten, laughter echoing like music through the air. And through it all, Bastet watched, her presence a comforting embrace, her spirit alive in every heart that dared to believe in the magic of home and the sanctity of family. The goddess remained vigilant, ready to protect and inspire those who honored her. In every flick of a tail, every soft purr, she reminded them that love, like a well-tended garden, would flourish when nurtured. And as the woman stepped back from her work, she felt the weight of history upon her shoulders. A tapestry woven with threads of devotion, strength, and unbreakable bonds, all shielded under the watchful eyes of Bastet, the cat goddess, the eternal symbol of home and fertility. In the dim light of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the golden sands of ancient Egypt, a shiver ran through the air, whispering of a power unseen. It was a time when gods walked among men, and the land was alive with the pulse of divine creation. Amun, the king of the gods, stirred in the depths of his eternal domain, a presence so immense that even the vastness of the desert paled in comparison. His essence flowed through every grain of sand, every drop of Nile water, binding the universe together in an intricate tapestry of life and energy. Amun was not merely a god. He was the very breath of existence, the architect of the world. In the beginning, when darkness lay heavy over chaos, it was his voice that rang out, "Let there be light." And with that proclamation, stars ignited in the sky, illuminating the void and awakening the earth. This was no simple act of creation. It was an explosion of pure energy, a symphony reverberating across the cosmos, marking the birth of time itself. The people of Thebes, under the shadow of the magnificent Karnak temple, felt his presence in their bones. They worshipped him, chanting hymns that echoed through the air like the soft rustle of palm fronds. They understood, deep within their souls, that Amun was not just a distant deity, but a part of their very being. In the bustling marketplaces, the scent of incense mingled with the cries of merchants, while priests adorned in flowing linen carried the weight of their reverence for Amun, offering sacrifices that shimmered with the promise of divine favor. As the sun climbed higher, casting sharp shadows across the land, a storm gathered in the hearts of men. The world was not just a stage for Amun's creation, it was a battleground for the souls of humanity. The pharaoh, believed to be Amun's earthly embodiment, stood at the helm, draped in gold and lapis lazuli, his gaze intense as he commanded armies and inspired awe. Yet he too felt the weight of Amun's gaze upon him, a reminder that power is fleeting and that true strength lies in humility before the divine. In the quiet moments, as twilight approached, the air thickened with an unspoken tension. The priests gathered in the temple, their voices rising in fervent prayers. "O Amun, Lord of the thrones, grant us wisdom and strength," they cried, their eyes closed tightly as if summoning him from the shadows of their hearts. Each prayer was a thread woven into the fabric of the life they shared with the god, binding them closer to his divine will. But Amun was not a passive observer. He surged through the land with a fierce vitality, his spirit igniting the hearts of warriors and scholars alike. In the heat of battle, as swords clashed and cries of valor filled the air, Amun's presence manifested in the form of a great falcon soaring above the fray. His wings spread wide, casting a shadow that concealed the sun, instilling fear in the hearts of those who would dare to challenge his reign. In the eyes of every soldier, the image of the falcon became a symbol of hope, a reminder that Amun fought alongside them. Yet, beneath the surface of this divine connection, a darker undertow stirred. The people's faith wavered as famine threatened to engulf the land, and the Nile's life-giving waters receded. Whispers of doubt echoed through the streets, and fear crept into the hearts of the faithful. "Has Amun abandoned us?" they murmured, eyes darting to the skies in search of answers. The priests, sensing the growing unrest, intensified their rituals, desperate to appease the god who had once blessed them with abundance. In a moment of profound silence, Amun heard their cries. He descended from his celestial throne, a whirlwind of energy swirling around him. As he stood before the people, a flash of blinding light enveloped the temple, illuminating the faces of the faithful. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating in their very souls. I am Amun, the unseen, the eternal, even in darkness. I am the light that guides you. His presence filled them with an overwhelming sense of purpose, a reminder that their struggles were not in vain. With renewed vigor, the people turned back to their fields and homes, hands stained with earth but hearts alight with hope. They sang praises to Amun, their voices rising like incense to the heavens. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the land, Amun felt the weight of their worship. Their love and devotion were powerful, but with power came responsibility. In the sacred chamber of the temple, the priests enacted secret rituals, seeking to understand the will of the god. Candles flickered in the shadows as they read ancient texts, deciphering signs that spoke of a great trial ahead. Amun watched, a mix of pride and sorrow filling his heart. He knew that the path to enlightenment was often paved with hardship, and that the strength of his people would be tested. As the moon rose high in the night sky, casting silvery light over the land, the tension thickened. Amun, the king of the gods, the creator of the universe, felt the pulse of his people. Every heartbeat echoed in his divine essence, drawing him closer to the very core of existence. He understood that his story was intertwined with theirs, an unending cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. In the silence of the night, as the stars twinkled like the eyes of ancient watchers, Amun prepared for what lay ahead. The weight of the universe rested upon his shoulders, and he was ready to face whatever challenges emerged. For in the depths of darkness, he would illuminate the path for those who sought him, their unwavering faith igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. In that moment, the world held its breath, suspended in a delicate balance of hope and uncertainty. Amun, the eternal force, remained ever watchful, ready to guide the souls of men toward their destiny, a force of creation and preservation, intertwining their fates with his in an everlasting embrace. The story of Amun was far from over, for the dawn of a new chapter awaited, and the echoes of his presence would resonate through the ages. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the Nile. The waters shimmered like jewels, whispering tales of ancient times when the mighty Sobek ruled the river's depths. The air hummed with the promise of life, each ripple a heartbeat echoing the pulse of the land. Crocodiles slid silently through the waters, watching with cold, calculating eyes. They were the guardians, the fierce protectors of the river, and at their helm was Sobek, the crocodile god. In the bustling cities along the Nile, the people revered him, their voices filled with reverence and a hint of fear. Sobek was not just a god, he was a force of nature, powerful, primal, and unpredictable. As farmers prayed for fertile soil and bountiful harvests, they offered sacrifices to the great crocodile deity, hoping to win his favor. Each morning, the rising sun painted the sky, a vivid canvas reminding them of the delicate balance between life and death that Sobek maintained. The Nile was not merely a river, it was a lifeline, and Sobek was its fierce protector. In temples adorned with intricate carvings, priests carried out rituals, their chants weaving through the air like a spell. The flickering torchlight danced on Sobek's image, a majestic figure with the body of a man and the head of a crocodile. His fierce eyes glowed with an intensity that spoke of ancient wisdom and unyielding strength. Each offering placed at his feet, a fish here, a loaf of bread there, was a plea for protection, for guidance through the uncertain waters of life. But the Nile was not always serene. Storm clouds sometimes gathered on the horizon, shadows of chaos lurking in the distance. When the rains came too fiercely, the river surged, threatening to drown the homes built along its banks. Fear gripped the hearts of the people. They would rush to the temples, their voices rising in desperate prayers to Sobek, imploring his mercy. Would he protect them from the deluge, or would he unleash his wrath? On such a day, the winds howled like restless spirits. The waters swelled, dark and tumultuous, as if the Nile itself was preparing for a great upheaval. Women clutched their children close, tears mingling with the dust at their feet. Farmers abandoned their fields, eyes wide with dread, gazing at the churning waters that had once cradled their crops. The priests, cloaked in their ceremonial garb, gathered at the temple, chanting fervently, invoking Sobek's name. Their voices trembled with urgency, echoing off the stone walls as they summoned the god to calm the raging river. And then, as if on cue, the clouds parted, and a ray of sunlight broke through the darkness. It shone down on the waters, illuminating them with an eerie glow. Suddenly, a massive head broke the surface, jaws wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth that glinted like daggers. The priests fell silent, awestruck as Sobek emerged, divine and terrifying, a living embodiment of the river's wrath and grace. His presence filled the air, electrifying it with raw power. The people, paralyzed with fear and wonder, watched as he glided through the waters, a majestic predator commanding respect. With every powerful stroke of his massive tail, he stirred the water, calming its fury. The winds died down, and the river gradually returned to its gentle flow, as if acknowledging the authority of its god. Sobek had answered their prayers. Relief washed over the people, tears of gratitude replacing those of fear. They bowed their heads. Humbled by the display of power and mercy, knowing that their lives depended on the whims of this great crocodile god. Sobek was a paradox, embodying both destruction and salvation. He reminded them of the relentless cycle of life, how the Nile provided sustenance, yet also demanded respect. He was the guardian of the land, the fierce protector whose very existence was intertwined with the fate of the people. The priests, emboldened by his appearance, stepped forth to offer new prayers, their voices a harmonious blend of gratitude and respect. They spoke of the blessings Sobek bestowed, the fish that filled their nets, the fertile silt that enriched their fields, the very heartbeat of the Nile that sustained them all. As dusk descended, the air cooled, and the Nile shimmered under the blanket of stars. The people gathered along the riverbanks, recounting the day's events, their voices a mix of excitement and reverence. Tales of Sobek's bravery spread like wildfire through the villages. Children whispered stories of the crocodile god, their eyes wide with wonder and fear, imagining the fierce protector lurking just beneath the water's surface, ready to defend them. Yet, even as they celebrated, a nagging sense of unease lingered in the back of their minds. Would Sobek always be there for them? What if they faltered in their offerings? What if the balance tipped too far? The river flowed silently, a reminder of the duality of its nature. In its depths lay both sustenance and seduction, life and death, creation and destruction. Days turned into weeks, yet the memory of Sobek's awe-inspiring emergence remained fresh. The people's devotion intensified, and they adorned his temples with vibrant murals depicting tales of his might. Each brushstroke captured the essence of their fears and hopes, a testament to their connection with the crocodile god. The Nile became more than just a river. It transformed into a living entity, intertwined with their lives, celebrating the miraculous and the mundane. But fate is a fickle mistress. As the seasons changed, whispers of drought began to circulate among the villages. The Nile's waters receded, revealing the cracked banks and barren fields. Panic set in as the farmers gazed at the desolation, their hearts heavy with despair. Had Sobek turned away from them? Had they angered the god who once saved them? The priests gathered once more, their faces lined with worry. They knew what must be done. The people needed to be reminded of their bond with Sobek. Rituals were planned, offerings prepared, and the air buzzed with anticipation as the community united in their devotion. They believed that if they could show Sobek their unwavering faith, he would bless them once again. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting fiery shadows over the land, the night was charged with emotion. The drumming echoed through the valley, a heartbeat resonating with the hopes of the people. The flickering flames of the torches illuminated the faces of the gathered crowd, their eyes reflecting the desperation of their pleas. The Nile, once a source of life, now felt distant and foreboding. And as the priests raised their voices in a haunting chant, they felt a shift in the air, a stirring of something ancient and powerful. The waters began to ripple, and the crowd held its breath, waiting for Sobek's answer. Would he rise to their call once more? Would the protector of the Nile return to restore balance? In that moment, time stood still, and the connection between the land, its people, and their god hung in the balance. The sun hung low in the Egyptian sky, a fiery orb casting long shadows that danced upon the sands, whispering secrets of an age gone by. In the distance, the grand temples of Karnak loomed, their intricate carvings telling tales of the gods worshipped by countless generations. Yet, amidst this rich tapestry of polytheism, a revolutionary idea flickered to life, igniting a spark that would challenge everything. A young pharaoh, Akhenaten, stood alone on the rooftop of his palace, his heart racing as he gazed at the sun. For him, it was not merely a celestial body, it was Aten, the sun disk, a singular force that breathed life into the world. The winds carried the scent of the Nile, mingling with the weight of his thoughts. What if there was only one god? What if Aten was the only one deserving of worship? The very notion sent shivers through him, a ripple of both fear and exhilaration. The courts of Egypt were vibrant with life, filled with the laughter of noble children and the chatter of servants. Yet beneath this facade, a current of tension flowed. The priests of Amun watched Akhenaten's every move, their faces tight with concern. Their power was built upon centuries of tradition, a web of rituals and offerings that bound the people to a pantheon of deities. The idea of a single god threatened to unravel it all, and they would not sit idly by as a new dawn rose. In the glow of dawn, Akhenaten summoned his followers, his voice steady yet passionate. "Let us honor Aten, the one true god," he proclaimed, his words cutting through the morning air like a blade. The crowd was a sea of faces, some bright with hope, while others were shadowed by disbelief. How could they forsake the gods who had watched over them since time began? Yet, in that moment, a flicker of faith ignited in the hearts of a few. Art began to transform, reflecting this new belief. The once stalwart depictions of gods with animal heads began to fade, replaced by a softer, more human form. Akhenaten and his queen, Nefertiti, were portrayed in intimate scenes, bathed in the warm embrace of Aten's rays. Love, family, beauty, these became the language of the new era. The artists flourished, capturing the fragile beauty of the human experience under the watchful gaze of a single sun. But shadows loomed. The high priests of Amun, sensing their power slipping through their fingers like sand, launched a counterattack. Whispers of rebellion spread through the temples like wildfire, igniting fear in the hearts of the people. Could a single god truly replace the multitude that had served them for millennia? In hushed tones, the priests wove tales of disaster, warning that the abandonment of tradition would bring ruin upon the land. Meanwhile, Akhenaten's resolve only strengthened. He moved the capital from Thebes to Akhetaten, a city built in the name of Aten, where worship would be pure and untainted by the old ways. The ground was broken, and the sun shone upon the laborers, sweat glistening on their brows as they carved out a new reality. It was a gamble, one that could either elevate his reign to divine heights or plunge it into chaos. As the city took shape, so too did a palpable tension. A haunting silence hung over the streets, punctuated only by the distant sounds of chiseling stone and the rustle of papyrus. Some hailed Akhenaten as a visionary, while others called him a madman. The dichotomy between light and shadow mirrored the conflict within his kingdom, a kingdom caught between the beckoning of a single sun and the comforting embrace of the many. On a night thick with stars, the weight of change bore heavily on Akhenaten's shoulders. He walked alone in the moonlight, the cool breeze brushing against his skin, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming lotus. In that stillness, he could almost hear the murmurs of the ancients, the voices of the gods he had chosen to disregard. Doubt crept in, gnawing at the edges of his confidence. What if he was wrong? What if Aten would not save them? The following day, a gathering was called, the people drawn to the grand altar of Aten. Akhenaten stood before them, vulnerability in his eyes. "I believe in Aten," he declared, the words trembling on his lips. "But I do not wish to lead you astray. Let us seek the truth together." The crowd was silent, the air thick with anticipation. Then came an unexpected voice from the back. A young girl, her eyes bright with innocence and courage. "What if we believe in many gods and still love Aten?" she asked, her voice cutting through the tension like a sunbeam piercing the clouds. Gasps rippled through the crowd. In that moment, the air was charged with possibility, and Akhenaten's heart raced. The idea of blending the old beliefs with the new felt like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the pharaoh watched the people around him. Hope flickered across their faces, a reflection of the sun's glow. The weight of their gazes filled him with a bittersweet mixture of joy and despair. Change was not merely an edict from a king, it was the wrestle of a nation seeking its identity. And yet, the battle raged on. The priests of Amun would not relent, their influence pervasive as they sowed seeds of doubt in the hearts of the faithful. The streets of Akhetaten became battlegrounds where faith clashed with fear, where the light of Aten fought against the shadows of the past. Akhenaten felt the pulse of the kingdom, a living, breathing entity caught in a whirlwind of conflict. The city's walls echoed with chants of loyalty to Aten, even as dark clouds gathered on the horizon, harbingers of a storm yet to come. The sun shone brightly, but the hearts of the people were heavy, torn between the promise of a new dawn and the haunting shadows of the old ways. In this crucible of faith and fear, Akhenaten stood resolute, a king at the precipice of a great shift. The sun above continued its eternal cycle, oblivious to the turmoil below. Yet change was a relentless tide, and soon it would come crashing down upon the shores of his dreams, reshaping the landscape of Egypt and the very fabric of belief itself. In the golden haze of an Egyptian dawn, the first light whispered across the Nile, casting shimmering reflections that danced upon its surface. A lone figure, draped in pristine white linen, stood at the riverbank, heart racing with the weight of the world. It was a day like any other, yet it was charged with an electric energy, as if the very air was aware of the battles fought in the shadows of truth and deceit. This was Ma'at, the goddess of truth, justice, and cosmic order. Her presence a gentle yet powerful reminder of the harmony that must be maintained amidst chaos. Ma'at was not merely a goddess, she was the embodiment of universal balance. Her feather, light as a whisper, was a symbol that weighed the hearts of mortals against the unwavering truth of existence. In the halls of the dead, her presence loomed large. Every soul was confronted by her serene gaze, and in that moment, all pretense fell away. The heart, heavy with secrets and lies, was laid bare, exposed to the light of her divine judgment. What would emerge from this confrontation? The answer lay not in the divine, but in the choices of the living. In the bustling streets of Thebes, a harrowing scene unfolded. A merchant, his face lined with desperation, faced accusations of deception. Citizens gathered, eyes ablaze with curiosity and judgment. They whispered, their voices a cacophony of doubt. But in the midst of the uproar, a figure emerged, a priestess of Ma'at, her presence commanding silence. Clad in the goddess's colors, she raised her arms and the crowd stilled, entranced by the authority that radiated from her. "Let Ma'at guide our hearts, let truth prevail," she declared, her voice rising like a hymn. As she spoke, the merchant's heart raced against the backdrop of his mounting fear. Would justice shine upon him, or would he be swallowed by the darkness of his own choices? The priestess, channeling the essence of Ma'at, began the sacred rituals. She pulled out the feather, its surface gleaming in the sun, and the crowd leaned in, breathless. The moment hung heavy in the air, a fragile thread connecting life and the divine. There was no room for lies in Ma'at's world. The scales tipped, and the weight of the merchant's heart was measured against the feather of truth. In that moment, time stood still. The crowd held its breath, a collective heartbeat echoing in the silence, their hopes and fears intertwined. Every soul present felt the pull of something greater, an ancient call to honor truth and justice above all. As the scales balanced, a gasp rippled through the crowd. The merchant's heart was found wanting. The priestess's expression softened but did not falter. "Truth has spoken," she said, her voice steady yet filled with compassion. "May this serve as a lesson, a reminder that in the eyes of Ma'at, there is no refuge for deceit." The merchant, shaken and humbled, accepted the judgment, understanding that Ma'at's gift was not merely punishment but a chance for redemption. In another realm, beyond the physical, Ma'at guided the forces of the universe. Stars twinkled in a cosmic dance, and the celestial order relied on her vigilance. Chaos threatened to rise, wild and untamed, and yet with each heartbeat, Ma'at restored balance. The sun rose and set, the moon waxed and waned, all under her watchful gaze, a reminder that even in the chaos of existence, order persevered. Yet the struggle between light and dark danced on a knife's edge. Darkness swirled in the hearts of those who sought power without integrity, and the imbalance reverberated through the world. The echoes of their choices reached the ears of Ma'at, and she felt the stirrings of discord. Her spirit surged, a flame igniting within her. She descended to the earth, her presence felt in the rustling of leaves and the whispers of the wind. It was time to remind humanity of the power of truth. In a distant village, where shadows loomed long and hope flickered like a dying flame, a young girl named Aset clutched a small statue of Ma'at, her heart a tempest of emotions. She had seen injustice unfold in her own home, her father wrongfully accused of crimes he did not commit. Each night she prayed under the stars, calling out for guidance, for the strength to confront the darkness that threatened to suffocate her family. One fateful night, as the moon hung low and full, a vision unfolded before Aset. Ma'at appeared, luminous and ethereal, her eyes like twin pools of wisdom. "Seek the truth within," the goddess whispered, her voice a soothing balm to Aset's racing heart. Justice is not merely found in the courts, but in the courage to stand up against wrong. Empowered by Ma'at's words, Aset felt the weight of her dreams shift. She would not cower in the shadows, but rise to confront the lies that sought to imprison her father. With a heart full of resolve, Aset stepped into the light of dawn, ready to share her truth. The villagers gathered, skepticism written across their faces, but she stood firm, her voice steady. "My father is innocent," she proclaimed, the weight of Ma'at's conviction behind her words. "Justice must be upheld. Truth must reign." And as her voice reached the heavens, the skies crackled with energy. Ma'at watched, her heart swelling with pride. Here was a child of humanity embodying the very essence of her being. The battle for justice was not just fought in the courts or the temples. It unfolded in the hearts of the courageous, the souls willing to fight against the tide of lies. In that moment of defiance, the fabric of existence shimmered, a reminder that the quest for truth was never-ending. Ma'at embraced the chaos with open arms, guiding not just the scales but also the hearts of those who dared to seek her. She was both a witness and a force, an unwavering beacon illuminating the path of justice, reminding all that the struggle between light and dark would persist, but so too would the champions of truth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays that kissed the earth, Ma'at's essence lingered, whispering to every soul, urging them to remember the power of their choices, the strength found in truth, and the cosmic order that awaited those who dared to uphold it. The night deepened and the stars blinked awake, each one a reminder of Ma'at's enduring presence. Watching over a world in perpetual motion, a tapestry woven with the threads of justice and truth forever unfolding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the ancient sands of Egypt, a soft breeze whispered secrets of the stars above. The darkening sky unfolded like a velvet curtain, revealing the celestial tapestry woven by Nut, the sky goddess. Her body arched gracefully across the heavens, painted with shimmering constellations that twinkled like diamonds, beckoning onlookers to gaze upward and dream. But there was more to this enchanting figure than mere beauty. Nut held the cosmos in her arms, cradling the very essence of time and eternity. Legends spoke of her birth from the primordial waters, an embodiment of the cosmos, a being who encompassed the past, present, and future. She was a magnificent sight, her skin adorned with stars and galaxies, while her hair flowed like the Milky Way, a river of light in the dark abyss. To the ancient Egyptians, Nut was not just a goddess. She was the very fabric of existence, the mother of all things celestial. Every night, as the sun surrendered to darkness, she consumed the sun, only to give birth to it again with the dawn. This cycle of death and rebirth echoed through the ages, a reminder of life's fragility and resilience. Every evening, the priests climbed to the tallest temples, their hearts racing with reverence and fear. They knew that under Nut's watchful gaze, their prayers mingled with the stars, dancing into the night sky. They believed that she carried their hopes and dreams in her embrace, illuminating their lives with her divine light. Yet there was an underlying tension in the air, a cosmic play of fate as they anxiously awaited the sun's return. What if she chose not to release it? What if the world was plunged into eternal night? The thought sent shivers down their spines. As the stars twinkled to life, each one a child of Nut, the stories of the ancients echoed softly through the sands. There was the tale of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, who was hidden from the world, his rebirth orchestrated by Nut herself. She wrapped him in the folds of her body, protecting him from the chaos that sought to engulf him. In those moments, she exemplified a mother's love, fierce and unwavering. But with love came sacrifice, and Nut felt the weight of the universe upon her shoulders. Each child she cradled in her arms came with a responsibility, a fate intertwined with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The nights were filled with whispers of stars, each one a story waiting to be told. The pharaohs, clad in their shimmering regalia, prayed fervently to Nut for guidance. They believed that she could grant them favor, ensure their place among the stars after death. Her shimmering form became a symbol of hope, a beacon for the lost and wandering souls. Yet, beneath the surface, there simmered a fear of the unknown. What lay beyond the stars? What awaited them in the darkness? This uncertainty hung heavy in the still air, mixing with the sweet scent of incense offered to Nut. As the people gazed skyward, their hearts filled with dreams and desires, they also felt a chill of dread. Nut was omnipotent but capricious, her moods as shifting as the stars themselves. Some nights she seemed to shimmer with joy, her laughter echoing through the heavens, while on others her presence felt distant and cold, a reminder of the fragility of life. The children of the earth looked up in awe, but also with trepidation. They knew that the same goddess who nurtured the stars could also snuff them out. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world was cloaked in shadow, sacred rituals unfolded. Priests adorned in white linen, their skin glistening with sacred oils, gathered under Nut's celestial dome. In rhythmic chants and solemn prayers, they invoked her name, each syllable trembling with devotion. They poured offerings of milk and honey onto the ground, a sweet tribute to the Mother of the Stars. And in those moments, when the air thickened with anticipation, they felt a connection to the divine, a spark of hope igniting within their souls. Yet, as with all tales etched in the cosmos, darkness lurked just beyond the horizon. The myths spoke of Set, the god of chaos, whose envy for Nut's children burned like a raging fire. He coveted their light, seeking to snuff it out and plunge the world into eternal shadows. The tension between Nut and Set escalated. A cosmic battle waged across the heavens. Each night, as Nut fought to protect her stars, the earth trembled and the people held their breath, praying for her victory. Nut's heart swelled with determination, for she was the protector of not only the stars but also the souls of the living. She understood the importance of balance, the delicate dance between light and dark. Even as chaos threatened to encircle her, her resolve fortified. With every star she birthed, she whispered ancient promises of safety, of hope, of a world that could withstand the storms of time. The stories of her bravery spread throughout the land, igniting a fire within the hearts of the people. They began to see Nut not just as a distant goddess but as a fierce warrior, a mother willing to fight for her children against the darkest of foes. They raised their eyes to the night sky, feeling the warmth of her love surrounding them like a protective blanket. Yet, even as they felt safe, a ripple of uncertainty coursed through them. Would she always be there, watching over them? Would her strength hold against the chaos, or would she tire and let the darkness consume all? The winds shifted, carrying the scent of impending change. Each star flickered with urgency, a signal to the mortals below. Nut's battle was far from over, and though she fought valiantly, the shadows loomed ever closer. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to the storm that was soon to come. The people, caught in the throes of their fears and hopes, braced themselves for a cosmic showdown, one that would reverberate through the ages. In the twilight hours where light and dark intertwined, the ancient tales of Nut and her celestial children continued, with each heartbeat resonating through the sands of time. The uncertainty of her reign lingered in the air like the sweet scent of jasmine, both beautiful and haunting. And as the stars began to glow brighter, illuminating the night sky, one thing became clear. The story of Nut was far from finished, and the cosmos awaited the next chapter, eager to unveil the fate of the stars and the goddess who cradled them. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of orange and purple as a soft breeze whispered through the papyrus reeds. It was then that one could almost hear the earth itself breathing, deep, slow, and ancient. Geb, the earth god, lay beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, cradling the world and all its wonders within his embrace. His body was the soil, rich and fertile, the very essence of life, a canvas upon which the story of existence was written. In the quiet moments when the world held its breath, Geb felt the weight of his lineage. He was the father of gods, a title that echoed through the ages, seeping into the very fabric of the universe. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, the one who would guide souls to peace. Isis, the nurturing mother, a protector of all, whose love knew no bounds. Set, the embodiment of chaos and storms, who danced on the edge of darkness. And then there was Nephthys, the quiet guardian, wrapped in shadows yet shining with an ethereal light. Each child a piece of him, each embodying the intricate tapestry of life, death, and rebirth. The air crackled with emotion as Geb remembered their births, the primal energy of creation coursing through him like a river. In those moments, he was both a king and a servant, a powerful deity, yet an ever-watching father. When Osiris emerged, he brought with him the promise of life beyond death, a spark that ignited hope in hearts across the land. Geb felt that spark resonate within him. A flame kindled from the very earth he held dear. Then came Isis, her first cry a melody that wrapped around him, soothing the raw edges of existence. She was the embodiment of compassion, teaching the world to love and nurture, to heal and protect. Geb reveled in her beauty, in her strength, wishing only to support her as she cast her light over the dark corners of the earth. But shadows lurked, and with them came Set, a force of nature, wild and unpredictable. Geb's heart trembled at the thought of chaos unleashed. Set's laughter rang out like thunder, his presence a storm that could tear apart the very fabric of peace that Geb had stitched together. Yet, within that chaos lay a fierce beauty, a reminder that balance exists only when light dances with dark. Nephthys, too, held a special place in his heart, her quiet strength often overlooked. She was the guardian of the unseen, a spirit of mourning and remembrance. Geb acknowledged her role, interwoven with the fates of her siblings, a thread of delicate power that influenced the very course of time. Her whispers danced through the winds, reminding him that every act of love must sometimes be shadowed by loss. As Geb lay beneath the stars, he could feel the pulsating energy of the universe. The earth beneath him thrummed with life, roots tangled together, animals scuttling in the underbrush, and the heartbeat of humanity echoing far and wide. Each life was a testament to his legacy, yet he could not ignore the storms brewing within his family. The rift between Osiris and Set grew, a chasm forged from jealousy and ambition, threatening to consume everything he held dear. Things took a turn when the sun rose one fateful morning, casting a crimson hue across the land. A tension hung thick in the air, and Geb sensed the impending clash. Osiris, radiant and strong, stood firm, ready to embrace his destiny. Set, with his wild eyes and a heart filled with rage, sought to impose his will. The ground beneath them quaked, the very foundation of Geb's existence trembling as the power of his children ignited the heavens. With each word spoken, the energy shifted, intense and electric. Geb felt the tension knot in his stomach, a father torn between love and fear. He yearned to intervene, to mend the fragile threads of family, but he knew that some battles must be fought to forge stronger bonds. The cries of the earth echoed his turmoil, a chorus of pain and hope, urging him to take action, to protect the harmony that he so deeply cherished. As the confrontation escalated, Geb watched helplessly, his heart aching as the forces he had nurtured collided. Osiris stood resolute, embodying the promise of life, while Set, wild and unrestrained, threatened to tear it all asunder. The clash of wills sent shockwaves through the realm, a tumultuous reminder that creation is often born from chaos. The land itself seemed to shudder in response, as if reflecting the deepest fears of its creator. What would happen if the balance tipped too far into darkness? In the midst of this tempest, Geb felt a flicker of hope. Isis intervened, her voice a soothing balm amidst the raging storm. She stepped between her brothers, her presence a beacon of light. Geb sighed, relieved as he recognized her strength, her ability to mend the most broken of hearts. Yet he also felt the weight of the moment, knowing that even her love could not quell the fierce turmoil forever. As the sun set once more, painting the world in shades of deep indigo, Geb lay beneath the stars, feeling both the weight of his children's choices and the bubbling excitement of what was to come. The earth continued to pulse and breathe, a reminder of the cycle of life, love, and the struggles that define existence. He understood that even in chaos there is beauty, even in darkness there is light. With every heartbeat, he prepared for what lay ahead, knowing that the drama of his family would reverberate through eternity. The threads of fate intertwined, weaving a story of passion, betrayal, love, and sacrifice. The earth beneath him trembled, resonating with the ancient promise that every ending is but a new beginning. And as he lay there, the weight of his legacy pressing down on him, Geb knew that the tale was far from over. The winds howled, whispering secrets of what was to come, igniting a sense of anticipation that burned within him even as the darkness crept closer. In the stillness of twilight, when the sun melted into the horizon and darkness began to whisper its secrets, there existed a goddess cloaked in shadows, Nephthys. She was often overlooked, a figure overshadowed by the brilliance of her sister, Isis, but those who truly listened could hear the soft echoes of her sorrow and strength. Nephthys was the goddess of the night, a guardian of mysteries that danced just beyond the reach of the day. In the quiet corners of ancient temples, where flickering candles cast wavering shadows, her presence lingered like a haunting lullaby, calling to those who dared to seek her. Her heart was heavy with the weight of untold stories, of lives lost and love unreturned. Nephthys was more than a goddess. She was a comforting embrace in the darkest of times, a beacon for the lost. Legends spoke of her as the protector of the dead, a nurturing spirit who welcomed souls into the afterlife with open arms. But there was a price for her compassion, a thread of loneliness woven into her very being, for she watched as the world turned, knowing she was often unseen, an afterthought in the grand tapestry of existence. As night fell, the air thick with anticipation, she would wander the moonlit paths of the underworld, her presence felt even by those who could not see her. The soft rustle of her wings, a sound like silk brushing against skin, accompanied her as she moved gracefully through the darkness. She was there when Osiris, her brother-in-law and the god of the dead, fell victim to treachery. Nephthys, with her keen intuition, sensed the brewing storm, the betrayal lurking in shadows. In those moments, her heart ached not only for the fallen Osiris but also for her sister, who would soon be engulfed in grief. There was beauty in the darkness she embodied, a beauty often misunderstood. The stars that twinkled in the night sky were her tears, each one a memory of lost love, of lives intertwined and then separated by fate. In every shimmering glow, there was a reminder that even the darkest of nights could be adorned with light. Nephthys understood that grief was not merely an ending, but a beginning, a portal to something new and unknown. The whispers of her name floated on the wind, a soft melody that danced through ancient cities. To the people of Egypt, she was a deity of protection, a guardian who stood by the tombs of the departed. Offerings were made in her name, sweet incense rising like prayers into the night, weaving a tapestry of hope that hung heavy in the air. They believed that when loved ones passed, it was Nephthys who guided them through the shadows, ensuring they found their way to the eternal afterlife. Yet, in the stillness of her duties, a flicker of jealousy would creep into her heart. There were times when she longed to be celebrated as her sister was, to bask in the light of adoration that poured forth like sunlight after a storm. But Nephthys understood sacrifice, the quiet strength that accompanied the choice to remain in the shadows. She was a shadow herself, slipping behind closed doors and into the hearts of those who felt forgotten. Secrets hung in the air like heavy fog, and in those moments, Nephthys would listen. She heard the whispered confessions of the grieving, the fears of those who stood on the precipice of loss. She cradled their pain, allowing it to mingle with her own, crafting a bond that transcended realms. Each tear that fell on the earth was a testament to her compassion, a reminder that even in darkness, connection could be found. In the depths of the night, Nephthys would often find herself at the banks of the Nile. As the waters sparkled under the moonlight, she felt the pulse of the river, the lifeblood of Egypt flowing beneath her feet. Here she would call upon her brother, Osiris, seeking guidance and strength. The current carried her prayers, merging with the whispers of the past, and she felt a flicker of hope. Even in her solitude, she was not alone. But the night was not always serene. There were moments when the shadows grew restless, stirring with chaos and despair. Darkness could be a cruel mistress, and the goddess of the night had witnessed its tempestuous wrath. Once, a great storm had unleashed its fury upon the land, and the cries of the people echoed through the winds. They sought refuge, a glimmer of safety in their turmoil, and it was Nephthys who rose to their aid. With each wave of her hand, she calmed the storms, her essence merging with the winds, wrapping the terrified in her protective embrace. In that moment, she became more than a goddess of the night. She became a symbol of resilience. The people gazed up at the swirling clouds, their fear transforming into awe as they recognized the unseen force guiding them through the chaos. In the darkness, they found a flicker of light. Nephthys, the nurturer, the protector, the sister of Isis. Yet as they praised her name, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Recognition was sweet, but fleeting. In the hearts of the people she remained an echo, a whisper lost to the brilliance of dawn. It was a cycle she knew all too well, and though she embraced her role, the ache of longing never fully subsided. With every night that fell, Nephthys would retreat to her sacred temple, the walls adorned with images of her sister's triumphs. She would sit in silence, reflecting on the stories woven into each carving, feeling both pride and sorrow. The love shared among sisters was a bond that transcended the stars, but it was also a reminder of her own solitude. The flicker of lanterns cast shadows that danced along the walls, echoing the conflict within her heart. At times, she would close her eyes, surrendering to the quiet of the night. In those moments, she could hear the laughter of children, the warmth of family gatherings, and the tender moments of love that filled the lives of others. The bittersweet symphony of life played on repeat, and Nephthys found solace in the knowledge that every emotion was valid, every experience a thread in the fabric of existence. The night stretched on, the moon a constant companion, and as dawn approached she felt the familiar pull of the sun. The cycle was relentless, but within her a fire burned, a determination to remain a force of compassion and understanding. For every shadow cast upon the earth, there would always be a light, a reminder that even in the depths of night, there was a spark of hope waiting to be ignited. And as the first rays of light began to creep over the horizon, Nephthys stood tall, her heart a tapestry of emotion, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. In the depths of her soul, she knew one truth. Even in quietude, she was never truly alone. In the flickering glow of torchlight, the grand temple stood majestic against the starlit sky, its towering columns rising like sentinels to the heavens. The air was thick with anticipation, a charged silence enveloping the gathered crowd. Each breath felt sacred, every heartbeat a drum that echoed throughout the ancient city of Thebes. Here, the pharaoh, adorned in shimmering gold, was more than a ruler. He was the living embodiment of the divine on earth. His very presence commanded reverence, and the people felt a powerful connection to the gods through him. The pharaoh was not merely a figure of authority. He was the high priest of the nation, the mediator between the gods and his people. When he entered the temple, the atmosphere shifted. The priests, clad in white linen, stood poised, ready to carry out rituals that had been performed for millennia. They arranged offerings of fruits, flowers, and incense, each item painstakingly chosen to please the deities who watched over the land. The sound of chanting began, an ancient melody that reverberated off the stone walls, filling the hearts of those present with hope and fear alike. They believed that the gods could hear their prayers, and in that moment they were alive with possibility. With his arms raised high, the pharaoh began to chant. his voice ringing out like a clarion call through the sacred halls. The people watched in awe as he invoked the name of Amun, the king of the gods. Their souls trembled with the weight of his words. It was as if the heavens opened slightly and the divine listened. The pharaoh's eyes glimmered with fervor, reflecting the flicker of the flames as he performed the sacred rituals that would bring blessings upon his kingdom. By divine decree, he was responsible for maintaining Ma'at, the principle of order and harmony, and his every action resonated with that sacred duty. When a drought threatened the crops, it was the pharaoh who led the people in prayer, his voice rising above the rest, a beacon of strength in their darkest hour. Together, they called upon the gods for rain, and the pharaoh, drenched in his own fervent faith, became an unstoppable force of hope. In the stillness that followed, the people sensed the gods' gaze upon them. They believed in the pharaoh's power to sway the divine, to shift the balance of nature with his will and his prayers. The bond between the pharaoh and the gods was palpable. Temples rose in their honor, adorned with stories painted on walls, depicting the pharaoh in communion with the divine. It was said that every stone echoed with the history of prayers answered and blessings bestowed. The pharaoh's own lineage was steeped in divinity, tracing back to Osiris and Isis, the eternal gods who watched over the afterlife. This heritage was more than a title. It was a bloodline that linked him to the cosmos, breathing life into the promise that the gods would protect Egypt as long as the pharaoh upheld his sacred duties. During the festivals that celebrated the gods, the streets erupted in joy and color. People adorned themselves in bright garments, laughter mingling with the beating of drums, creating a symphony of life that echoed through the lands. The pharaoh, riding in a golden chariot, was the sun that brightened their day. His presence inspired not just reverence but also a profound sense of unity among his subjects. At that moment, everyone believed they were part of something much greater than themselves, an intricate tapestry woven together by divine threads. Yet, beneath the surface of the festivities lay an undercurrent of tension. Should the pharaoh fail to appease the gods, the consequences could be dire. A failed harvest or a sudden illness among the people could shatter the fragile bond between man and the divine. Whispers of discontent began to weave through the shadows as the blessed seems to falter. The pharaoh, feeling the weight of his role, often spent sleepless nights in prayer, seeking guidance from the gods. The fear of disappointing them gnawed at him, an unrelenting reminder that his reign depended on his spiritual fortitude. In the dim sanctuary, where the scent of incense hung heavy in the air, the pharaoh would often kneel before the great statue of Amun, his heart pounding with the weight of tradition and expectation. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows that seemed to mock his vulnerability. In these moments, he was just a man, trembling before the divine. Doubts would sometimes seep in, gnawing at his resolve. What if he failed? What if the gods turned away? Each prayer he whispered was like a plea for mercy, a desperate attempt to maintain the delicate balance of favor. But the people needed him. They looked to him not just for guidance in worship, but for solace in their daily lives. The children, their eyes wide with wonder, would gather to listen to stories of how their pharaoh had once walked among the gods, a figure blessed with divine insight. They believed that as long as he was strong, the gods would protect them from chaos. The pharaoh knew this burden well, understanding that his strength was their lifeline. As the seasons turned, the pharaoh continued to carry out his sacred ritual, leading the people to the temples, where offerings were made, prayers were spoken, and the bond with the divine was renewed. With every ceremony, the tension of his role both exhilarated and terrified him. The gods watched, waiting for a sign, a reason to bestow their blessings or unleash their fury. The thought of failing his people urged him forward, fueling his determination to be the bridge between the divine and the mortal. With each passing day, the pharaoh's resolve grew stronger. He understood that his role was more than just ceremonial. It was a testament to the faith of a nation, and as he stood before the people, he felt the weight of their hopes resting on his shoulders, a mantle that was both a privilege and a profound responsibility. He was not just a ruler. He was the heartbeat of Egypt, the living promise that the gods would always be a part of their lives, even as the world around them shifted like the sands of the desert. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the temple walls. The crowd awaited their pharaoh, hearts pounding with the rhythm of anticipation. Would he fulfill his role as their mediator? Would the gods respond? The tension in the air was palpable, each whisper amongst the crowd a prayer in itself. The moment had come, and the pharaoh stepped forth, ready to embrace the divine, to carry the voices of his people to the heavens where the gods awaited. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of crimson and gold across the sky, the ancient temple stood like a sentinel of time, cloaked in whispers of devotion and sacrifice. Its towering spires reached for the heavens, intricate carvings telling stories of the divine, a testament to the artistry and faith of those who had come before. Each stone was a heartbeat, a pulse of history, echoing the dreams and aspirations of generations. The air buzzed with an electric energy, a palpable sense of the sacred, as if the very atmosphere held the prayers of countless souls who had walked through those hallowed halls. The temple was not just a structure, it was a living entity, forged from the union of human craftsmanship and divine inspiration. As the moon replaced the sun, illuminating the carvings with a silvery glow, one couldn't help but feel the weight of reverence that had settled upon the stones over centuries. Each step on the worn path leading to the entrance felt like a journey through time, where every indentation and weathered surface told tales of rituals performed, of lives transformed. Inside, the air was thick with incense, a fragrant offering to the gods, curling upwards in delicate tendrils that seemed to dance in the flickering light of oil lamps. The walls were adorned with murals depicting celestial beings and earthly struggles, reminding all who entered of the delicate balance between the two realms. Here, in this sacred space, the mundane faded away, and the divine beckoned with open arms. The architecture spoke in a language beyond words, conveying the profound connection between humanity and the cosmos. As worshippers gathered, their faces reflecting a spectrum of emotions, hope, fear, gratitude, it became clear that the temple was not merely a backdrop, but the very fabric of their spirituality. The soaring ceilings evoked feelings of awe and humility, making one feel both insignificant and intimately intertwined with the universe. The quiet murmurs of prayers blended into a symphony of faith, resonating off the stone walls and echoing back with a promise of solace. In the corners, shadows flickered as devotees lit candles, each flame a small beacon of hope. The soft glow illuminated the faces of the faithful, revealing tears of joy and sorrow, each drop a testament to their struggles and triumphs. The temple became a refuge, a sanctuary where burdens were laid down and hearts were opened wide, seeking connection with something greater than themselves. But the architecture also held secrets, whispers of the past embedded in every crevice. Stone carvings depicted ancient stories of creation, of gods and goddesses who governed the stars and seasons, their forms immortalized in intricate detail. The craftsmanship bore witness to the skill and devotion of artisans who had dedicated their lives to creating a space where the divine could commune with the earthly. Each chiseled line was a prayer, each flourish an expression of faith, embodying a language that transcended time. The towers, reaching ever skyward, symbolized the human aspiration to connect with the divine. They stood as a reminder that through devotion and sacrifice, one could touch the heavens. The very act of constructing such a monument was a testament to the belief that life was sacred, that there was beauty in striving for something beyond the tangible, something that lingered just out of reach. As darkness enveloped the world outside, the temple transformed with the flickering glow of candles and lamps, casting an ethereal light that brought the sacred geometry of its architecture to life. Every arch and column became a dance of shadows and light, a visual symphony that stirred deep emotions within the hearts of those who gazed upon it. The shapes spoke of unity, of the interconnectedness of all beings, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of existence. And then, as if responding to the collective breath of its visitors, the temple seemed to awaken. A soft breeze moved through the open spaces, carrying with it the scent of blooming jasmine and the faint sound of chanting in the distance. The atmosphere pulsed with an almost tangible force, as if the very stones were alive with the echoes of prayers and aspirations. The temple's spiritual significance crystallized in that moment, revealing itself as a bridge between the earthly and the ethereal, a space where the heart could commune with the infinite. As the night deepened, the stories of the past intertwined with the present, creating a rich tapestry of devotion and history that enveloped all within. Each person who entered the temple was not just a visitor. They became part of its ongoing story, a narrative of hope, love, and yearning for connection that had been woven through the ages. It served as a reminder that the sacred was not confined to the walls, but existed in the hearts of those who dared to believe. In the stillness of the temple, just outside the flickering light, a figure moved gracefully through the shadows. Cloaked in simple robes, the priest sensed the weight of the moment, the gravity of the collective energy surrounding him. He raised his arms in prayer, calling upon the spirits of the ancestors who had built this sacred space, invoking their wisdom as he prepared for the evening's rituals. The air shimmered with anticipation, the sacred time of communion drawing near. He stepped closer to the altar, a place adorned with offerings, a fruit, a flower, a small cup of water, a simple yet profound testament to the belief that even the smallest act of devotion could create ripples through time. The architecture around him echoed with the stories of those who had come before. Each prayer, a thread weaving into the fabric of existence, binding past, present, and future. The moment was electric, charged with the energy of countless souls who had sought solace within these walls. The temple was alive, not just as a structure but as a sanctuary of shared experiences and collective dreams. Every echo of a footstep, every whispered prayer reverberated through the ages, uniting strangers in a common quest for meaning and connection. As the rituals began, the temple grew vibrant with life, the chants resonating through the air like an ancient hymn. The intricate details of the architecture, the towering pillars, and the delicate carvings shimmered under the soft glow of the lamps, transforming into a living tapestry of faith and hope. Each note sung, each prayer uttered, became a part of the grand narrative, a thread woven into the ever-unfolding story of humanity's quest for the divine. And with each passing moment, the temple stood resolute, a symbol of endurance, a testament to the boundless spirit of those who dared to dream. As the night deepened, the connection between the earthly and the ethereal became even more palpable, setting the stage for the revelations that awaited as the dawn approached. The journey through time and faith continued, a perpetual cycle of devotion and exploration, as the temple remained a steadfast beacon in the tapestry of human existence. A flickering candle casts anxious shadows across the stone walls of an ancient tomb, illuminating hieroglyphs that whisper secrets of life beyond death. In the dim light, the air thickens with the weight of souls who once walked the earth, their destinies entwined with rituals crafted to navigate the treacherous waters of the afterlife. This is the world of the Book of the Dead, a guide etched in papyrus and stone, a lifeline for those who dare to embark on the journey beyond the veil. In this sacred text, the heart races with stories of the deceased, their hopes and fears laid bare before the sublime judgment of Osiris. Each spell, each incantation becomes a lifeline tossed to the souls adrift in a cosmic sea of uncertainty. A mother holds the scroll close, her fingers tracing the delicate symbols. She relives the moment of her son's burial, the ache of loss still fresh in her heart. She knows that the words she recites tonight could mean the difference between eternal bliss and endless wandering. As the sun sets on the horizon, the once vibrant hues of the sky dissolve into an ominous twilight. The realm beyond waits. Filled with perilous trials, the deceased, now ghosts of their former selves, must navigate the Hall of Maat, where their hearts will be weighed against the feather of truth. The weight of their deeds, both good and bad, will determine their fate. A shiver runs down the spine of every soul as they prepare for this moment, the culmination of their earthly lives compressed into a heartbeat. The ritual begins with the resonant chant of priests, their voices echoing like thunder in the silence of the tomb. They invoke the gods, calling upon Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian who guides the souls through the treacherous underworld. The air grows heavy with incense, a thick veil that shrouds the living from the dead. With each word, the tension builds, as the priests orchestrate a delicate dance of life and death. A young woman, dressed in fine linen, stands before the scale of judgment, her heart pounding like a wild drum. The feather floats delicately on one side, a promise of purity and peace. On the other, her heart, heavy with the burdens of her past. She recalls the arguments, the moments of selfishness, and suddenly, the weight feels insurmountable. A bead of sweat trickles down her brow as she faces the daunting presence of Osiris, watching with eyes like burning coals. The crowd of the living, those who remain tethered to the earth, gather outside the tomb, their breaths hitching in anticipation. They hold their loved ones close, their faces painted with worry and hope. They know that this moment is not just for the departed, but for the living as well. Will the souls ascend to the eternal fields of Aru, or be swallowed by the devouring monster Ammit? The tension pulsates in the air, a living thing that binds them together. Time stretches as the scales slowly shift. The slightest movement sends hearts racing. Anubis stands vigilant, his gaze piercing, a silent sentinel over the proceedings. The moment hangs suspended in the balance, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. The feather remains steady, but the heart, laden with regrets, quivers. Suddenly, a shout erupts from the crowd as the spell is read, a spell to protect the spirit from harm. The words hang heavy in the air, a promise of safety and guidance. The young woman hears her mother's voice resonating within the incantation, the love wrapped tight around her like a protective cloak. The connection between the living and the dead is palpable, an invisible thread binding them in shared anguish and hope. As minutes stretch into eternity, the scales tip ever so slightly, and gasps ripple through the crowd. Hearts pound in unison, each beat a prayer for mercy, a cry for redemption. Just as doubt begins to creep in, the feather remains unwavering, a beacon of hope. The young woman feels the warmth of her ancestors wash over her, the echoes of their support propelling her forward into the unknown. In another part of the afterlife, echoes of laughter and music flutter through the air, a stark contrast to the tension in the judgment hall. This is the field of reeds, a paradise where souls who have passed the tests rejoice. Here, the spirit of a noble warrior dances with his comrades, the weight of his earthly battles finally lifted. He remembers the loyalty and courage he showed in life, his heart light with joy and freedom. Every laugh, every moment of camaraderie fuels his spirit, celebrating the victory over mortality. Yet, not all spirits are so fortunate. Dark shadows lurk in the crevices of the afterlife, remnants of those who failed their trials. They wander aimlessly, caught between realms, their voices haunting the very fabric of existence. Fear grips those who witness this fate, a chilling reminder of the consequences of life choices. Their whispers echo the darkest depths of regret, a stark warning that lingers like a storm cloud over the living. As the night deepens, the rituals continue, and each new soul faces the judgment with a mix of dread and hope. The Book of the Dead is recited, its pages a tapestry of spells acting as shields against the unknown. The stories woven into its fabric carry the essence of a culture that revered life, yet understood the inevitable march toward death. Now every heart is a vessel of wishes and prayers. As hands clasp in solidarity, the living acknowledge the thin veil that separates them from the departed. Their eyes glisten with unshed tears, a reflection of the grief that binds them and the love that transcends the boundary of life. The candle flickers once more, casting long shadows that dance along the walls, whispering promises of what lies beyond. And so the ritual continues, the air thick with emotion, anticipation, and fear, the delicate tapestry of life and death. The Book of the Dead holds its breath, waiting for the next soul to step forth and face the trials, its pages filled with sacred guidance that never truly ends, each story interwoven with another, a thread pulling them all closer to the eternal embrace of the afterlife. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, and the soft glow of flickering candles danced on the walls of the ancient temple. It was a sacred place, an echo from a past where every stone whispered secrets of devotion and reverence. Kneeling before a statue draped in vibrant fabrics, a woman clasped her hands tightly, her heart racing with anticipation. She was about to engage with the divine in a way that had been practiced for centuries, a ritual passed down through generations that held the power to bridge the gap between the earthly and the celestial. Rituals and offerings have always been the threads that weave humanity into a tapestry of belief, longing, and connection to something greater. In ancient Egypt, the great priests would chant prayers while the scent of myrrh filled the air, as they offered bread and wine to the gods, believing that these gifts would ensure the favor of the divine. They believed their offerings could bring blessings of health, prosperity, and protection. As they presented these gifts, the priests envisioned the gods enveloping them in warmth, their hands reaching down from the heavens to bless their offerings. In Mesopotamia, the landscape was marked with ziggurats, towering structures that seemed to touch the sky. Here, the people set aside the first harvest, laying their best crops at the feet of the deities. The act was not merely a token gesture, it was an expression of gratitude and a plea for continued abundance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, the priests would light fires and sing hymns that resonated through the valley. Each note carried a prayer, rising toward the heavens, weaving a connection that transcended the mere physical act of giving. In the vastness of the Andes, the Incas revered the Pachamama, the Earth Mother, through rituals that celebrated the cycles of nature. They offered llamas and corn, laying them on the mountainsides with reverent hands. Each offering was a promise, a commitment to honor the world around them. The mountain air was crisp and charged as the people gathered, hearts pounding, fear and hope swirling within them. They believed that their offerings would ensure a bountiful harvest and a harmonious balance with the earth. Then there were the ancient Greeks who created elaborate ceremonies to pay homage to Zeus, Athena, and the myriad of gods that shaped their lives. At the foot of the Acropolis, citizens brought their finest sheep and goats, their eyes wide with hope as they prayed for favor. The flames of the sacrificial fire flickered wildly, as if the gods themselves were eager to receive the gifts. Cheers erupted as the smoke spiraled upward, intertwining with the fabric of the sky, filling the air with a palpable sense of urgency and devotion. In every corner of the world, from the Hindu temples of India, where offerings of flowers and fruit are presented to the vibrant deities, to the quiet ceremonies of Native American tribes who leave tobacco and sweetgrass as gifts to the spirits of the land. Rituals are universal language. They transcend culture and time, each act steeped in emotion, each offering a plea for connection, understanding, and divine intervention. The rituals grew with the people, their emotions a driving force, sparking a journey that would last through the ages. As night fell over the temple, the woman's breath quickened. She felt the weight of her ancestors' expectations upon her shoulders. With each whispered prayer, she envisioned the faces of those who had come before her, their hopes and dreams flowing through her veins. The air crackled with energy, a powerful reminder that she was part of something much larger than herself. The flickering candlelight illuminated her face, revealing a mixture of determination and vulnerability. She poured her heart into her offerings, believing that every act of devotion held the potential to change her fate. Elsewhere, a group of monks chanted in unison, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Their simple offerings, a bowl of rice, a single flower, might seem insignificant in the grand tapestry of existence, yet each gesture was imbued with profound meaning. They believed that in giving, they received. With every harmony, they invited peace into their lives, hoping it would ripple out into the world, transforming chaos into tranquility. The stories of their rituals and the offerings made in the name of faith were steeped in the fabric of emotion. They crafted a rich history, filled with triumphs and tribulations, the joy of connection and the fear of disconnection. Each act was a thread in an unbreakable bond that linked the past, present, and future. These rituals weren't merely performances. They were lifelines to the divine, tangential connections pulsating with hope and longing. As the candles flickered lower, shadows danced around the temple, whispering secrets long forgotten. The woman, now lost in her prayers, felt the weight of the world shift. Each offering she placed before the divine felt like a piece of her soul, released into the ether, where it would mingle with countless others seeking solace. The air became electric, vibrating with the collective energy of intention, desire, and faith. Could this be the moment when her prayers would be heard? Around the world, in the dark corners of temples and under the open skies, the rhythm of rituals continued to beat. The pulse of humanity echoed through the ages, a reminder that every offering, no matter how small, was part of a larger narrative, a story written in the language of sacrifice, hope, and divine connection. The flame of devotion flickered in countless hearts, igniting an unquenchable thirst for understanding and belonging. As the night deepened, the boundary between the earthly realm and the divine began to blur, and the very essence of what it means to engage with the divine hung in the air, thick with anticipation, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the shadow of the colossal pyramids, the air shimmered with anticipation, thick with the scent of incense and the sweet, ripe fruit of the Nile. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of ancient Thebes, where the call to celebrate resonated from every corner. Laughter mingled with the rhythmic beat of drums, drawing crowds toward the great temples, each step echoing the heartbeat of a civilization steeped in reverence for its gods. As the festivities began, the people adorned themselves in vibrant linens, each stitch telling a story of devotion and heritage. The rich colors of blue, gold, and crimson surged like a living tapestry, draping the figures of priests, musicians, and joyous families alike. The festival of Opet was upon them, a sacred time when the great god Amun was honored with processions and offerings, an occasion that transformed the city into a canvas of faith and exuberance. In the midst of this whirlwind, children chased each other, their laughter ringing like chimes in the warm breeze. They paused, wide-eyed, as a priest emerged from the temple, donning the sacred headdress of Amun, his presence commanding yet gentle. His voice, booming yet soothing, reminded them of the stories told through the ages, legends of creation, of the gods descending from the heavens to walk among mortals. There was magic in these tales, a promise that the divine was ever near, guiding their lives through the chaos of existence. As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows over the Nile, the procession began. The statue of Amun, gilded and shimmering, was borne aloft by devoted worshippers, their chants rising like smoke into the dusk. The rhythm of the drums quickened, pulses raced, and the air thrummed with energy, a living testament to faith that transcended generations. The mighty river mirrored the fervor, its surface sparkling with reflections of the torches that flickered to life, illuminating the night with a warm, inviting glow. But the Opet festival was only one of many, each unique yet all woven from the same thread of devotion. The festival of Wepet Renpet heralded the new year, a time of rebirth. People gathered around the sacred lake, tossing in offerings of bread and beer, their hopes and wishes floating away on the currents. The very water seemed to shimmer with promise, echoing the aspirations of a civilization that believed in the cyclical nature of life, the death and rebirth of the sun, the flooding of the Nile, and the seasons of the heart. The festival of Koyak, steeped in mystery, celebrated the resurrection of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Priestly figures, cloaked in darkness, performed dramatic reenactments of Osiris's story, the betrayal, the death, the triumphant return. The crowd gasped as the tale unfolded, their breaths caught in their throats, a collective pulse of fear and hope echoing through the night. The scent of myrrh enveloped them, mingling with the palpable tension, as if the very air held its breath, waiting for the moment of rebirth. As day turned into night, the sacred rites reached their zenith. Lanterns floated on the water, whispering secrets to the stars above, while singers harmonized with the rustling leaves of palm trees. Souls united in the celebration, their hearts aligned with the cosmos, each voice a thread in the fabric of eternity. Yet, amid the joy, a sense of solemnity lingered. The Festival of the Valley was a poignant reminder of life's fragility, a day of honoring ancestors. The tombs of the deceased shimmered with offerings, food, flowers, and treasures laid in reverence. Families gathered, their hearts heavy yet hopeful, as they shared stories of their loved ones. Each tale was a bridge between worlds, a connection that transcended the physical realm, binding the living and the dead in an eternal embrace. The festivals were not mere events. They were lifeblood, pulsating with the essence of Egyptian culture. The people danced, their feet moving in intricate patterns, mirroring the constellations above. In their movements lay a testament to their belief in the divine, an intricate ballet of faith that echoed the cycles of nature. Their laughter, mingled with tears, became an offering of gratitude, a celebration of the delicate balance of joy and sorrow that defined existence. As the nights grew longer, the festival of Hathor emerged, a jubilant tribute to the goddess of love and joy. Music flowed like honey, sweet and intoxicating. The people gathered in circles, their voices entwined, singing praises and sharing drinks from communal vessels. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, they celebrated the sweetness of life, each moment a reminder of the love that bound them. Love for the gods, love for each other, love that transcended the limits of time. No festival was complete without the intoxicating nectar of the vine. Wine flowed freely, a liquid offering to the gods, its warmth igniting passion and laughter among the revelers. The echoes of joyous shouts and the clinking of cups filled the air, creating a symphony of celebration that resonated deep within the spirit of the land. As the celebrations continued, the powerful presence of the gods loomed large in the hearts of the people. They felt their gaze upon them, a silent promise that the divine would always watch over those who honored them. Every festival, every ritual, was a testament to the connection between the earthly and the divine. In their hearts, they carried the weight of the history that had shaped them, a history both sacred and profane, a tapestry of life and death intertwined. And as the last echoes of the celebrations faded into the night, the people returned to their homes, their spirits lifted yet grounded in the reality of life. The festivals had woven their stories into the very fabric of existence, a reminder that in honoring the gods, they honored themselves. Each moment of joy, each whisper of love, was a reflection of the divine, a dance that would continue long after the fires had burned low. In the stillness that surrounded them, the murmurs of the past echoed in their minds, the promise of more celebrations to come lingering like a sweet melody. The gods were alive in their hearts, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the wind, guiding them toward the dawn of another day, another festival, another chance to celebrate life in all its wondrous contradictions. In a time when the sun's first rays kissed the golden sands of the Nile, the ancient Egyptians lived in a world drenched in divinity. Each sunrise was not just a new day, but a canvas painted with the presence of gods and goddesses, their stories woven into the fabric of life itself. As the air shimmered with the heat, their figures emerged from the shadows of stone and clay, vibrant and full of meaning, creatures of beauty and terror, promise and peril. Take a moment to imagine the bustling streets of Thebes. Merchants shouted their wares, children laughed and played, unaware of the divine eyes that watched over them. At every corner, a statue stood tall, Horus with his falcon head, symbolizing protection, his fierce gaze guarding the city. He was not just a figure carved from granite, but a living essence, embodying the strength of the pharaohs. His wings outstretched, ready to shield the people from the perils of life. The mere sight of him sent shivers down the spines of those who passed, for his spirit was ever present, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Beside him stood Isis, her face serene, yet fierce in her maternal instinct. She was the protector of the downtrodden, a goddess of magic and healing. A soft breeze seemed to whip through her sculpted hair, as if she were breathing life into the alleyways of the bustling market. The artistry of her statue was so exquisite that one could almost hear her whispering ancient spells of protection. Her outstretched arms beckoned the weary, offering solace and hope. Every detail, from the delicate curves of her face to the intricate patterns on her gown, told stories of love, loss, and the unbreakable bonds of family. Each statue was not merely decoration, but a portal to the spiritual world where gods interacted with mortals. The Egyptians believed that their art was alive. It was a means to invite the divine into their daily lives, a connection that was both sacred and tangible. Those who worshipped at the feet of these idols felt a pulse of energy, a reminder that they were never truly alone. In the quiet moments of prayer, they could hear the echoes of their ancestors, the rustle of wings in the night, the whispers of Ra as he traveled across the sky. In the distance, the great temple of Karnak loomed, a marvel of architecture that seemed to scrape the heavens. Towering columns adorned with carvings depicted the great Osiris, the god of the afterlife, draped in black, symbolizing fertility and rebirth. The very walls seemed to breathe, alive with the fervor of devotion. Each carving was painstakingly crafted, telling tales of resurrection and the eternal cycle of life. The temple hummed with the stories of those who had come before, their hopes etched in stone, a testament to their unwavering faith. Yet, between these majestic figures lay the shadows of fear. Set, the god of chaos, with his wild, untamed features, was equally present in the art. His presence was a reminder of the darkness that lurked at the edges of life. The Egyptians believed Set could bring storms and destruction, a force of nature that could disrupt the balance of their existence. Iconography depicting Set evoked a primal fear, yet it was this fear that made the beauty of the harmonious gods even more striking. The push and pull of light and dark crafted a world where every being had its place. As one wandered through the galleries of temples, the tension between these deities grew palpable. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, guarded the gates of the afterlife with fierce loyalty. His image, often painted in stark black, resonated with the inevitability of death. He was both feared and revered, a guide to the souls on their final journey. The artistry surrounding Anubis was hauntingly beautiful, capturing the liminality of life and death in a single glance. The intricate details of his fur and the glint in his eye reminded every visitor of the fragility of existence, stirring emotions that lingered long after they had left. In the depths of tombs, the gods came to life in vibrant colors and intricate patterns. The walls whispered tales of the deceased, reminding them of the divine assistance awaiting in the afterlife. The vivid depictions of the gods helped ensure a safe passage as they stood resolute in their duty, a mix of gentle guidance and powerful protection. Each brushstroke was infused with the hopes of the living, a plea for favor in the great beyond. Yet, amidst this grandeur, the most humbling of moments often occurred. The simple offerings left by worshippers, honey, wine, bread, were tokens of gratitude, laid at the feet of towering deities. In these small acts of devotion, one could feel the universe breathe, a shared understanding between the divine and mortal realms. It was in these quiet exchanges that the connection truly flourished, creating a bond that transcended time. The gods in Egyptian art were not distant, untouchable figures. They were woven into the very essence of life. They laughed, cried, fought, and healed, each moment captured in stone and paint. The emotions of the people were reflected in their artistry, the joys and sorrows of daily existence immortalized in vibrant hues and intricate designs. Every piece was a testament to the belief that the divine and earthly worlds were intertwined, a delicate dance that shaped their reality. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, the gods continued to stand watch. Their stories were not just tales of old. They were living narratives that pulsed with life, eternally relevant to those who dared to dream and believe. The art and iconography of the gods served as a bridge, a reminder that the divine was not just a distant memory, but a vibrant, ever-present force that shaped the course of history. And in the ever-present flicker of candlelight in the hushed chambers of the temples, the gods awaited, ready to guide those brave enough to seek their wisdom, to offer protection to those in need. Their legacy was a testament to the unyielding spirit of a civilization that believed in the power of the divine, a legacy that would ripple through time, seamlessly leading into the next chapter of their extraordinary story. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the bustling streets of ancient Thebes. Crowds thronged the marketplace, their voices rising and falling like the sound of waves on the Nile. Merchants called out, peddling everything from fragrant oils to intricately woven linen. Yet, amidst the clamor, there lay a powerful undercurrent, a silent heartbeat that pulsed through the very fabric of their lives. It was the presence of the gods, invisible yet undeniably felt, guiding the actions and emotions of every individual. Isis, the nurturing goddess of motherhood and magic, was invoked daily by countless women. As they prepared meals and cared for their children, they whispered her name, seeking her blessings. Mothers adorned their homes with small images of Isis, hoping her protective embrace would shield their families from harm. The very act of brewing a pot of beer or baking bread became a sacred ritual, a way to honor the goddess who had taught them these vital skills. Each loaf of bread, warm and fresh, bore the essence of her love, a symbol of sustenance and life. In the shadow of the grand temples, priests officiated sacred rituals, their chants echoing against the stone walls. Ra, the sun god, was revered not just as a celestial body, but as a daily guide, illuminating the path of existence. As dawn broke, the people raised their arms to the sky, feeling the first rays of sunlight kiss their skin, a reminder of Ra's eternal promise of rebirth. Farmers would often gaze at the sky, offering prayers for a bountiful harvest, believing that every grain of wheat was a gift from Ra himself. The sun's movement was not just an astronomical event. It symbolized life and growth, urging the people to toil and cultivate the earth while maintaining their connection to the divine. Even in the quiet corners of their homes, the Egyptians kept shrines dedicated to their gods. Small statues adorned with jewels gleamed in the flickering light of oil lamps. Hathor, the goddess of love and joy, was celebrated in gatherings filled with laughter and music. Her essence flowed through the melodies that filled the air during festivals, uniting friends and families. The sound of tambourines and lyres resonated, wrapping around their hearts like a warm embrace. Every joyous occasion, every dance was a homage to her as they swayed under the stars, feeling her spirit rejoice within them. But life was not always filled with joy and abundance. There were moments of darkness, fear creeping in like shadows at dusk. When sickness swept through the land, the people turned desperately towards Sekhmet, the fierce lioness goddess of healing and war. Her power was both feared and revered. She could bring devastation, but she could also cure. In the dim light of the night, families gathered around their altars, lighting incense and chanting prayers, hoping for her intervention. It wasn't just a plea. It was a raw, trembling cry for help, echoing through the stillness of the night, a testament to their faith in her ability to heal the broken and restore balance. Relationships were woven into the tapestry of divine influence. Love was not merely a feeling, but a pact with Hathor. Couples would exchange gifts of flowers and jewelry, echoing the goddess's spirit of affection and devotion. Their hearts raced in anticipation of courtship, the flutter of emotions fueled by the belief that love was a blessing from the divine. In candlelit corners, lovers would whisper sweet promises, their hearts entwined under the watchful gaze of the gods, as if every heartbeat resonated with their approval. As the sun set, the moon took its place, casting a silver glow over the land. The night sky was alive with stories of the gods, and the people gathered around fires, sharing tales of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Death was not an end, but a gateway to another realm, a continuation of existence. The Egyptians lived with the reality of the afterlife looming large, finding comfort in the belief that their loved ones watched over them. They would leave offerings of food and drink at grave sites, ensuring that those who had passed would not journey alone. With every shared story, they felt the presence of Osiris, reminding them that love transcended even death itself. In the workshop of a humble artisan, the air was thick with the scent of clay and paint. The craftsman painstakingly shaped a statue of Anubis, the god who guarded the gates of the afterlife. Every stroke of his hand was infused with reverence, for he knew that this figure would serve as a guide for a soul transitioning to the next life. His heart raced with the weight of responsibility. The artisan felt the spirit of Anubis infused in his work, each detail a whisper of the divine, intertwining his fate with the gods he served. As twilight deepened, families gathered for dinner, their tables adorned with dishes that sparkled in the candlelight. The atmosphere buzzed with love and laughter, each bite of food a reminder of the blessings bestowed upon them by the gods. They shared stories, recounting the deeds of their deities as if they were family, laughing and celebrating life together. In those moments, under the divine gaze, they were reminded that their joys and sorrows were woven into the grand tapestry of existence, each thread a vital part of the whole. The stars twinkled above, a cosmic reminder of the gods' omnipresence. Life pulsed on, a rhythmic dance between the earthly and the divine, binding every soul to the sacred. Those who walked the streets of ancient Egypt were not merely living their lives, they were partaking in a grand narrative, one filled with gods who shaped their destinies and whispered hope into their hearts. It was a life where every moment was touched by divinity, and the influence of the gods was imprinted upon their very souls, a powerful connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space. As the night deepened, the weight of their beliefs wrapped around them like a warm blanket, making every heartbeat echo with the eternal influence of their beloved gods. In the age-old tales whispered by flickering firelight, gods strode across the heavens, their powers a mirror of the very essence of humanity. Among them, male and female deities embodied the enchanting complexity of gender roles, their stories painted with vibrant emotions and raw experiences that echoed through time. Take Zeus, the king of the gods, a thunderous figure whose rage could split the sky. His power was absolute, yet it was often steeped in the struggles of his relationships with the women in his life. He wielded his might like a storm, But beneath that tempestuous exterior lay a yearning for connection, a desire that often led to tumultuous affairs and heart-wrenching betrayals. Each time he descended to the mortal realm, it was a dance of passion and power, where love and manipulation intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, each pulling the other deeper into the earth. On the other side of this divine tapestry stood Rhea, the queen, strong and fierce yet often overshadowed by her husband's exploits. She was the goddess of marriage and family, embodying loyalty and dignity. Yet, the heartbreak of betrayal carved deep lines into her soul. Hera, with her unwavering resolve, often sought revenge against those whom Zeus had wronged her with, showcasing the depths of her pain. Her wrath was as fearsome as a lioness protecting her cubs, a response not just to Zeus's actions, but a reflection of a woman's struggle to reclaim her power in a world dominated by men. This ongoing battle between the king and queen created ripples throughout the pantheon. Athena, born from Zeus's forehead, emerged fully grown, embodying wisdom and strategy. Her independence set her apart, for she had no need for a consort, a stark contrast to the expectations placed upon women of her time. Athena's fierce spirit challenged the very fabric of gender roles, a beacon of strength illuminating the shadows cast by her male counterparts. Yet, as she navigated the halls of Olympus, she was often caught in the web of her father's legacy, embodying the tension between male dominion and female empowerment. In stark juxtaposition, there was Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, whose enchanting allure could bring gods and mortals alike to their knees. Her existence was a testament to the power of femininity, yet she too faced the harsh realities of her world. Love was both her gift and her curse, as she maneuvered through relationships with gods like Ares, the god of war, whose passionate yet tumultuous nature mirrored the battlefield and the tender heart. Their love was a thrilling dance, filled with moments of heated passion and bitter conflict, an echo of the complexities of human relationships. As they played their parts in this grand narrative, the emotional stakes soared to dizzying heights. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, felt the earth tremble beneath her when her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades. Her grief enveloped the world in winter, a chilling reminder of a mother's love and the eternal cycle of life and death. Demeter's sorrow was palpable, her cries resonating through the seasons as she fought against the loss that threatened to consume her. The balance of nature itself hung in the balance, reflecting the profound impact of female strength and vulnerability in a patriarchal domain. Yet not all female deities were bound by heartbreak or struggle. The goddess Artemis, wild and free, roamed the forests with a pack of loyal hounds. Her independence was fierce. She was the protector of women and children, a symbol of empowerment. Artemis defied the expectations of femininity, choosing a life of solitude over marriage, wielding her bow with the skill of a true huntress. Her story reminded all that strength could be found not just in dominance, but in the choice to walk one's own path. In this divine stage, the male deities were not without their vulnerabilities. Ares, the god of war, roared with intensity on the battlefield, yet his heart was forever entwined with that of Aphrodite. His passionate nature often led him to question the very purpose of his existence, battling the demons of war and love. The clashing of swords and the embrace of a lover created a cacophony of emotions that reverberated through the ages, a reminder that even the mightiest could be brought low by love. And then there was Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, whose physical form was marred by imperfections. In a world that idolized beauty, he was often overlooked, yet it was his talent that spoke volumes, revealing a different kind of strength. His love for Aphrodite was a poignant tale of unrequited affection, a heart-wrenching reflection of the quest for acceptance and love in a world that often judged by appearances. His struggles illuminated the beauty of resilience, showcasing how love could blossom even in the unlikeliest of hearts. As the deities intertwined in their tales of triumph and despair, the lines of gender blurred. The balance shifted like the tides, a continuous ebb and flow of power, love, and loss. Each character, whether male or female, wielded their own form of strength, revealing that gender roles were not so easily defined. They were rich with nuance, as complex as the emotions that fueled their epic stories. In this celestial theater, the threads of fate wove a tapestry of connection and conflict, binding the gods and goddesses in an eternal dance. Their stories, filled with passion and pain, whispered through the ages, echoing the struggles and triumphs that define humanity itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the heavens, the next chapter awaited, holding its breath for the tales yet to unfold. The flickering light of a candle casts eerie shadows on the walls, dancing like spirits in an ancient hall. The air is thick with mystery, a whisper of the past echoing through time. Egyptian gods, those magnificent beings of myth and legend, have woven themselves into the very fabric of our modern culture, capturing hearts and igniting imaginations across the globe. Their stories, rich with drama and emotion, resonate through generations, vibrant and alive. As the young girl clutched her copy of a popular fantasy novel, her eyes sparkled with excitement when she first read about a character echoing the majestic presence of Ra, the sun god. She could feel the warmth of his radiance pouring through the pages. In that moment, she wasn't just reading, she was soaring through the skies of ancient Egypt, feeling the power of the sun on her face. Characters inspired by gods like Osiris and Isis became her companions, their tales infusing her mundane world with magic. These gods weren't just relics of history, they were alive, their influence rippling through the stories she cherished. Hollywood caught the frenzy, crafting films that dazzle and inspire. The Mummy awakened the curiosity of many, introducing audiences to the thrill of ancient curses and forgotten tombs. With each terrifying moment, viewers grappled with the weight of the past, feeling the chilling presence of Anubis, the guardian of the afterlife, as he guided souls through the shadowy realms. The film's sweeping music resonated in theaters, pulling audiences into a world where gods walked among mortals, where ancient power held sway over the modern age. As the credits rolled, the thrill lingered, each viewer leaving the theater with a flicker of wonder ignited within them. In the realm of video games, Egyptian deities have emerged as powerful avatars, captivating players with their strength and mystique. Titles like Assassin's Creed Origins thrust players into the heart of ancient Egypt, where they could embody the essence of gods like Horus and Sekhmet. The thrill of battle, the rush of discovery, and the weight of history combined to create an experience that was both exhilarating and haunting. Gamers didn't just play. They became a part of something vast and timeless, each quest echoing the struggles of the gods themselves. Yet it wasn't just in entertainment that these gods found their place. Fashion designers, inspired by the elegance of ancient symbols, infused runways with gold and turquoise, echoing the splendor of the pharaohs. The striking imagery of the Eye of Horus became a symbol of protection and power, adorning everything from jewelry to tattoos. In this dance of modernity and antiquity, the essence of Egyptian gods breathed a new life into the world of fashion, inviting people to carry pieces of history with them. Music, too, felt the magnetic pull of these deities. Hip-hop artists and pop singers have referenced gods like Anubis and Isis, weaving tales of strength and resilience into their lyrics. With each beat, they transformed ancient stories into modern-day anthems, reminding listeners that the struggles of the past resonate today. The connection was palpable, each lyric a thread tying the present to a rich tapestry of history, emotions, and divine power. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across the landscape of today's culture, the influence of these ancient beings remains. The mythology of Egyptian gods has seeped into our everyday lives, from movie posters to social media trends. Memes featuring the whimsical depictions of Bastet, the cat goddess, circulate with delight, earning laughs and spreading a warmth that transcends time. The essence of these gods lives not just in stories, but in laughter and joy, binding hearts together across cultures. The chilling allure of the past beckons to the curious minds of the present. Museums, filled with artifacts of the divine, draw people in, offering a glimpse into a world where gods ruled and mysteries abounded. As visitors gaze upon mummies and hieroglyphics, they can almost feel the ancient energy swirling around them, a connection to the divine that stirs the soul. It's a haunting reminder that the past is never truly gone. It's a part of who we are, woven into the very essence of our being. In literature, the echoes of Egyptian mythology are clear. Authors craft tales where the struggles of gods reflect the trials of humanity. Minotaur-like creatures and pharaohs in flowing linen face dilemmas that resonate with modern readers: love, betrayal, and the quest for power. Each page turned is a heartbeat, each story a thread connecting us to the grandeur of a world long past, yet still so vividly alive. Social media platforms also buzz with Egyptian symbolism. Influencers post clever captions with hieroglyphics, effortlessly blending the ancient with the modern. They transform the divine into hashtags, making wisdom accessible and trendy, allowing the legacy of the gods to thrive in a digital age. The youth, armed with smartphones, become the torchbearers of this ancient heritage, sharing stories and images that keep the legacy vibrant and alive. In art, murals spring up in cities, bold depictions of gods like Thoth and Hathor, adorning walls, reminding passers-by of the beauty of the ancient world. The colors burst forth with life, a testament to a culture that continues to inspire, challenge, and ignite the imagination. Each stroke paints a scene not just of the past, but of the present, merging memories of ancient rituals with contemporary expression. As night falls, the stars twinkle overhead, echoing the stories of the celestial beings once revered by those who looked up in wonder. The sky itself seems to whisper the names of the gods, urging humanity to remember their legacies. The stories don't end. They evolve, transforming and merging with our lives, ensuring that the spirits of the Egyptian gods walk alongside us, illuminating the path ahead. The urgency of their presence is felt in every creation, every laugh, every heartbeat that reverberates through generations to come, keeping the flame of their legacy burning brightly. The sun dipped low over the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient sands of Egypt, where stories of gods and goddesses whispered through the air like a soft breeze. In the stillness, the weight of millennia pressed down like an invisible hand, urging those who dared to listen. The echoes of Osiris, Isis, and Ra lingered, intertwining with the thoughts of modern minds striving to find meaning in the past. Here, in this land of pyramids and pharaohs, the power of mythology still thrummed with life, pulsating in the heart of those brave enough to seek its wisdom. As scholars open dusty tomes and scrolls, they feel the pull of the ancients, their words rich with layers of meaning, secrets woven into the fabric of time. These modern interpreters step cautiously onto sacred ground, their eyes wide with wonder and anticipation. They sift through the narratives of gods that ruled the Nile and the stories of mortals who sought their favor, searching for connections that transcend the ages. In a cramped, dimly lit room lined with artifacts, an Egyptologist leafs through pages filled with intricate hieroglyphs. Each symbol, once etched into stone, now breathes again, alive with significance. She pauses at a drawing of Anubis, the jackal-headed god, protector of the dead, guiding souls through the afterlife. Her heart races as she contemplates how this ancient deity still resonates in today's world, a symbol of transition, of facing fears, of what lies beyond. The weight of mortality hangs heavy in the air, sparking a fire within her to uncover just how these rich tales echo in modern life. Meanwhile, a group of artists gathers in a sunlit studio, inspired by the tales of Horus and Set, gods embodying conflict and duality. Paintbrushes dance across canvases as they capture the essence of this eternal struggle. The vibrant colors splash like emotions, each stroke revealing a connection between ancient myth and contemporary struggles. They feel it, the conflict of light and dark, of love and jealousy pulsing in every heartbeat of today's society. Their artworks, alive with raw energy, act as a bridge, linking the past to the present, stirring the same passions that inspired the ancients. In bustling universities, students pore over texts, their discussions animated and fevered. Why did the Egyptians hold such deep reverence for the afterlife? One asks, his voice tinged with urgency. What does that say about our views on death today? Another student raises an eyebrow, recognizing the fear that still grips humanity. The ancient Egyptians believed in a journey beyond the grave, a promise of resurrection, and that longing flickers in modern hearts too. Their discussions echo like the whispers of priests in temples, searching for answers, seeking reassurance in the face of the unknown. As night falls, a storyteller gathers a crowd beneath the stars, recounting tales of divine intervention and human folly. Children huddle close, eyes sparkling with fear and fascination as the tale of Ra's nightly struggle against the serpent Apophis unfolds. The storyteller's voice rises and falls with the rhythm of the tale, each word woven with emotion, the fight against chaos, the eternal quest for order. Those listening feel the tension, the stakes of this cosmic battle, recognizing the same struggle within their own lives, the fear of losing oneself to chaos, the hope of emerging victorious. These themes transcend the ages, binding generations in shared understanding. Amidst this vibrant tapestry, a historian sifts through the artifacts of daily life in ancient Egypt, pottery, tools, jewelry, each item a fragment of a larger narrative. She examines a beautifully crafted amulet dedicated to Hathor, the goddess of love and joy. It's a reminder that even in a world of gods and pharaohs, the simple human experiences, love, joy, and sorrow, were woven into the very fabric of existence. The amulet once hung close to someone's heart, a symbol of protection and hope, and now it stirs a longing in the historian's soul. How many hearts have carried the weight of their desires, seeking guidance from the divine? As the moon rises high, casting a silvery glow over the land, a group of spiritual seekers gathers at an ancient temple, their intentions pure, their hearts open. They chant prayers, invoking the presence of the deities, feeling an invisible connection tie them to the past. Each word spoken resonates with centuries of tradition, a thread leading back to the ancients who once stood in the same sacred space, seeking solace and answers. Their hearts race as they feel the energy shift, the air thick with the weight of history. Ancient voices seem to echo back, reminding them that they are part of something greater, their struggles and joys part of a timeless cycle. In this moment, the lines between the past and present blur, weaving a tapestry rich in myth and emotion. The stories of the gods resonate with the challenges faced by humanity today. One could almost hear the whispers of the ancients urging them to embrace their fears, to find strength in vulnerability, to love fiercely even when faced with uncertainty. The emotions swell, creating a palpable energy that wraps around them like a warm embrace. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt intrudes. Are they truly listening to the whispers of the past, or merely projecting their own fears and hopes onto ancient tales? As thoughts swirl, the seekers find themselves grappling with their own interpretations, the weight of expectation heavy on their shoulders. They long for answers, yet the beauty lies in the ambiguity, in the mystery that the ancient Egyptians intentionally left behind. In a nearby library, a researcher pores over the texts of Joseph Campbell and other modern thinkers who mapped the hero's journey. feeling a deep connection to the Egyptian myths that inspired them. Each hero's path echoes the trials of Osiris, the resurrection of Horus, the wisdom of Thoth. The researcher realizes that these narratives are not just relics of the past, but living stories, evolving through time, shifting shapes as they intertwine with the human experience. And so, the understanding grows that Egyptian mythology is not merely an archaic collection of stories. It is a living, breathing entity. Each interpretation, each artwork, each discussion adds layers to the endless narrative, creating a vibrant dialogue between the past and the present. The emotions swell, rising like the waters of the Nile, reminding everyone that the quest for understanding, the pull of ancient myths, is as relevant today as it was thousands of years ago. As the sun rises over the horizon, illuminating the vast expanse of the desert, the cycle begins anew. The stories of the gods, the struggles of mortals, the deep connections forged through shared experiences, all continue to thrive in the hearts of those who dare to listen. The past is not lost. It lives on in the souls of those who seek understanding, who embrace their emotions, who grasp the threads that connect them to an ancient world. The journey continues, the stories echoing through time, always evolving, always alive. Under the burning sun of ancient Egypt, whispers of gods floated through the air like the scent of jasmine. Each grain of sand, each rustle of papyrus held stories that transcended time, stories of deities who shaped the very essence of life and death. Among the towering pyramids, there was something electric about the belief in these gods. Their presence loomed large, casting shadows over the lives of mortals who both feared and revered them. Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, was often depicted with her arms outstretched, as if to embrace her followers. Her gentle yet fierce nature was captivating. A mother's love was said to be as powerful as the Nile itself, nourishing the land and souls alike. She knew grief, too, mourning the loss of her husband Osiris, whose story of death and resurrection became a cornerstone of Egyptian belief. In those tales, one could hear the echo of heartbreak, the ache of longing, and the promise of rebirth. The ancient people knew that life was not just a linear path but a cycle, and Osiris was the embodiment of that truth. Then there was Horus, the falcon-headed god soaring high above the desert. His fierce eyes watched over the kingdom, a protector against chaos. The very soldiers that marched into battle carried his name on their lips, invoking his strength. The stories told of his fierce battles against Set, the god of chaos, were not mere tales. They were lessons in courage, resilience, and the struggle between order and disorder. Horus's victories sent chills down the spines of those who prayed for safety, his wings a promise of protection against whatever darkness loomed. Set, the embodiment of chaos, was both feared and misunderstood. For every storm he conjured and every disaster he caused, there was a lesson hidden within the tempest. He was a reminder of the balance of existence. Without darkness, there could be no light. The people understood this duality. They built temples to honor Set, acknowledging that chaos was as integral to life as stability. It's in these stories that the ancients found relief, hoping that by appeasing Set, they might shield themselves from his wrath. The sacred texts of Egypt, inscribed with meticulous care, spoke of these gods in a language that was both poetic and profound. The pyramid texts, etched onto the walls of burial chambers, transformed tombs into gateways to the afterlife. They were more than mere decorations. They were the lifelines to eternity. Each hieroglyph carried a weight, a prayer woven into the fabric of stone. The dead would not be forsaken, for their gods would guide them through the Duat, the realm of the afterlife, where their hearts would be weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. Maat's presence was essential. She was the embodiment of harmony and cosmic order. Her teachings resonated deeply with the people, who believed that to live righteously was to live in alignment with her principles. Society was built upon her ideals, ensuring that truth and balance prevailed. The dramatic tales of Ma'at reminded the people of the eternal struggle to maintain equilibrium within their lives and the universe. The heart of the pharaoh, when weighed against her feather, was not merely a test, it was an emotional climax, a moment that could shift the very course of the afterlife. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon cast a silvery glow over the Nile, and the gods seemed to awaken. The night was alive with stories. The whispers of Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, echoed in the cool air. He was the scribe of the gods, the keeper of knowledge, whose quill danced across papyrus, immortalizing the tales of the divine. His words held enchantments, bringing clarity to confusion, and the ancients would gather to listen, spellbound by the magic of language, each syllable dripped with emotion, a lifeline thrown to those yearning for understanding. Amun-Ra, the sun god, aroused awe and reverence. He was the heartbeat of the day, his rays touching everything with warmth and life. The grandeur of his temples, adorned with gold and lapis lazuli, stood as testimony to his magnificence. The people believed that every sunrise was a rebirth, a moment where Amun-Ra emerged triumphant over the darkness of the night. The rituals performed in his honor were steeped in emotion, a tapestry of hope and devotion woven through song and dance. The stories flowed seamlessly from generation to generation, each retelling a spark igniting the passion within those who listened. They were not just stories. They were lifeblood, connecting the past with the present, weaving a rich fabric of culture and belief. Children would gather around the fire, eyes wide with wonder as their elders recounted the gripping tales of gods clashing in the heavens or the gentle caress of the divine that bestowed blessings upon the faithful. Yet, even within this tapestry of reverence, doubt lingered like a shadow. The ancient Egyptians faced natural disasters, plagues, and famine, and with each calamity came the question, had the gods turned their backs? In moments of despair, the myths took on a new meaning, a reminder of the fragility of life. The people had to confront their own fears and vulnerabilities, wrestling with the idea that perhaps the balance of chaos and order was not always in their favor. And so, they turned to the gods in fervent prayer, hoping to find answers carved in the stars. The night sky became a canvas of emotion, each constellation a story waiting to be told. The gods watched, their hearts intertwined with those of mortals below, understanding their struggles and joys. The ancient Egyptians painted a vivid picture of life, love, and loss, each god a brushstroke, vibrant against the backdrop of existence. The very fabric of their literature was woven with threads of divinity and humanity. Characters both godly and mortal danced across the pages, their tales intertwining in a celestial ballet of faith, fear, and fierce love. The narratives were alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of a civilization that knew no bounds, each story a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As day turned to night and the stars began to twinkle, the air thickened with anticipation. The myths were not just tales of old, they were a living, breathing part of the people's identity. The gods of Egypt were more than mere figures. They were the essence of life itself, forever present in every heartbeat, every breath, every tear shed in joy or sorrow. The narratives flowed like the Nile, unstoppable and powerful, binding the past with an unbreakable thread of emotion, leaving the audience yearning for more, craving to understand the mysteries that lay ahead. In the bustling marketplace of a long-forgotten city, a tapestry of voices mingled in a vibrant dance, a symphony of languages, each telling tales of distant lands and cultures. Brightly colored fabrics fluttered in the warm breeze, their intricate patterns whispering stories of artisans from far-off places. Here, in this sweet cacophony, the scent of spices like cinnamon, cumin, and saffron wove together an olfactory tale of trade and transformation, Every corner revealed artifacts that were not just items for sale but tokens of countless exchanges, where cultures kissed and intertwined, leaving marks that would echo through generations. On one side of the market, a merchant from the East arranged delicate porcelain, each piece a canvas of Chinese artistry, adorned with swirling dragons and blossoming cherry trees. Across the way, a vendor from the West laid out gleaming silver jewelry, each item reflecting the light like stars captured in metal. As they bartered and chatted, the air thickened with the spirit of syncretism, an unspoken agreement that beauty knows no borders. It was in this very moment that history was being written, not with ink, but through the mingling of hands and hearts. In ancient times, the Silk Road served as a thread stitching together diverse cultures. From Rome to China, the exchange of goods birthed an exchange of ideas. When traders shared their wares, they also shared their beliefs, art, and traditions, transforming not just marketplaces but the very essence of humanity. Imagine a Roman soldier, weary from his travels, savoring a bowl of spicy noodles in a bustling tavern in Chang'an. What began as a simple meal became a fusion of cultures, a melding of flavors that would be tasted for centuries to come. Then there were the whispers of the sea, the age of exploration when ships embarked from Europe, driven by a thirst for knowledge and riches. Each voyage brought not just gold and spices, but a cultural exchange that swept through continents like wildfire. Spanish conquistadors arrived in the Americas, their swords clashing with indigenous traditions that had flourished for millennia. The fragile beauty of Aztec rituals met the fervent devotion of Catholicism, birthing a new spiritual landscape painted with both reverence and resistance. In South America, the Incas' intricate stonework harmonized with the Spanish colonial architecture, standing as a monument to resilience and adaptation. The cities of Cusco and Lima became crucibles of syncretism, where ancient deities were cloaked in Christian iconography, illustrating a haunting coexistence. The Virgin of Guadalupe emerged, a figure rooted in both indigenous and Catholic identities, her image adored by millions, transcending her origins to become a symbol of hope and unity. As the sun set over the Indian subcontinent, the rich tapestry of cultures shimmered with life. The Mughal Empire, with its breathtaking architecture and fusion of Persian and Indian styles, was a testament to syncretism at its grandest. The Taj Mahal, a breathtaking mausoleum, whispered tales of love across cultures, its white marble reflecting the sun like a jewel. Here, Persian poets spoke the language of love, while Indian musicians played ragas that echoed through the halls, creating an atmosphere that enveloped all who entered. The music of Africa, too, held stories of cross-cultural influences as enslaved peoples brought their rhythms and melodies to new lands. In the plantations of the American South, African beats blended with European folk tunes to create a sound that would morph into jazz, blues, and a myriad of other genres. Each note carried the weight of history, a reminder of pain transformed into art, a celebration of survival in the face of relentless adversity. Meanwhile, in the archipelago of Indonesia, the arrival of Indian traders introduced Hindu and Buddhist philosophies that painted the islands with vivid colors of spirituality. Temples rose, adorned with intricate carvings, celebrating stories of gods and heroes that merged with local traditions. Batik cloth, a canvas of cultural expression, narrated the tales of ancestors, intertwining motifs from both east and west. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the world stood on the cusp of a dynamic change. The Age of Enlightenment beckoned, and with it came a wave of ideas that would sweep across Europe and beyond. Philosophers pondered the human experience, igniting a thirst for knowledge that would lead to revolutions in thought, art, and society. The exchange of ideas was not merely academic, it was charged with passion, igniting movements that would reshape nations. In the midst of this intellectual ferment, the impact of cross-cultural influences blossomed in art and literature. The works of Shakespeare, for example, were colored with themes and characters derived from distant lands. The mingling of thoughts and styles birthed new forms of expression, capturing the human experience in its myriad complexities. Artists like Rembrandt and Vermeer drew inspiration from the world around them, creating masterpieces that transcended borders and spoke a universal language. Yet this vibrant tapestry was not without its frays. The clash of cultures often led to tension and conflict, as differing beliefs battled for dominance. Wars were fought, empires crumbled, and in the rubble, new identities emerged. The scars of colonization marked the land, yet in the ashes of power struggles, seeds of resilience took root, nurturing a hybrid culture that flourished against all odds. The echoes of this rich historical engagement reverberated through time, influencing generations that would follow. The vibrant expressions of syncretism became woven into the fabric of daily life. Festivals celebrated the merging of traditions, where laughter and music became a universal bond. The spirit of humanity thrived in the face of adversity, transforming cultural collisions into opportunities for growth and understanding. In this dynamic world, the heartbeats of diverse communities pulsed together, each rhythm a testament to the beautiful chaos of life. The dance of cultures continued, as every generation added new layers to the intricate quilt. As the sun rose on a new day, the stories of the past whispered in the wind, urging those who heard to carry their legacy forward. The marketplace still thrived, a living testimony to the cross-cultural influences that shaped it, where every transaction held the weight of history and every interaction promised a future rich with possibility. In the flickering light of a single oil lamp, shadows danced on the walls of a small, dimly lit room in Alexandria. A worn scroll lay open on a table, its fragile parchment whispering tales of gods long worshipped. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the salt of the sea just beyond the city's reach, where a new faith was beginning to take root, threatening to uproot the very foundation of Egypt's ancient beliefs. At the helm of this tumultuous change stood a man named Athanasius, a fierce defender of the nascent Christian faith. His heart pounded with a mix of hope and trepidation as he walked the bustling streets, once filled with reverent chants to Osiris and Isis, now echoing with stories of a single god, a man named Jesus who had risen from the dead. It was a message that promised salvation, a light cutting through the darkness, and it ignited fervor in the hearts of many. But with that fervor came conflict, a struggle to break free from the chains of tradition. The temples of ancient gods, adorned with hieroglyphs that told tales of creation and rebirth, were now silent, their altars forgotten. Candles flickered in dark corners where priests once stood, their voices raised in praise to Rhea, the sun god. The grand statues, once revered, began to crumble, lost in dust and neglect, while new congregations gathered in hidden homes, exchanging hushed prayers and fervent hopes. The clash of belief reverberated through the cobbled streets, where every corner held a story of devotion, doubt, and fierce loyalty. As Athanasius moved deeper into the city, he witnessed the palpable tension. A group of followers gathered around him, their faces lit with a mixture of excitement and fear. A young woman stepped forward, her voice trembling as she recounted her experience of a vision, a divine presence that offered her peace in a world shrouded in uncertainty. Each word she spoke sent shivers through the crowd, igniting their imaginations with the possibility of life beyond the grave, of a love that transcended even death itself. But not everyone welcomed this new faith. The high priests of the temple, clad in flowing linen robes, watched with narrowed eyes as the Christian message spread like wildfire. Their sacred rituals, rooted in centuries of tradition, were threatened. They gathered in secret, plotting ways to quench the flames of this emerging faith. The clash of convictions reached a fever pitch as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, foreboding and filled with unspoken fear. On the banks of the Nile, fishermen pulled their nets from the water, unaware of the storm brewing in the hearts of men and women. They sang songs of fertility to Hapi, the river god, believing their catch would bring sustenance to their families. But whispers of a new dawn filled the air, hinting at a time when fishers would cast their nets for souls rather than scales, drawing them into the fold of a faith that promised eternal life. In the marketplace, merchants hawked their wares, but their conversations turned to the fervent debates that raged between believers and skeptics. Mothers clutched their children close, fearful of the changes sweeping through their community. The old ways were giving way to new teachings, and the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Each day, more souls found solace in the stories of a humble carpenter who had walked the earth, healing the sick and offering hope to the downtrodden. One evening, as the sun dipped low, casting an orange hue over the city, a riot erupted. Old statues were toppled, and cries of anguish and anger filled the air. The followers of Isis and Osiris clashed with the Christians, who stood firm in their belief that the old gods were nothing more than shadows in the light of the true God. The sound of breaking stone echoed through the streets as the fabric of society began to tear, revealing the raw emotions of a people caught between love for their ancestors and the allure of a new faith that promised redemption. In the tumult, Athanasius stood tall, rallying his followers with passionate words that rang out above the chaos. His voice, filled with conviction, carried the promise of a new kingdom, a place where their pain would be transformed into joy. Hope surged through the crowd, igniting their spirits as they united to stand against the tide of persecution. But the struggle was not without its costs. As cries of devotion rose and fell, blood stained the streets, a stark reminder that change would not come easily. The high priests retaliated with fervor, their authority threatened by the enigmatic power of the new faith. A darkness loomed over Alexandria, a battle not just of ideas but of lives, faiths, and futures. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the city, it illuminated the faces of the faithful gathered in secret. They shared stories of miracles, testimonies that made hearts race and eyes sparkle with wonder. Each tale wove a tapestry of hope, resilience, and the unyielding belief that they had found something far greater than the idols that adorned the temples. The winds of change swirled around them, carrying with it whispers of a new age, one where the gods of stone and gold would fade into memory. The ancient sun god, worshipped for millennia, would give way to the sun, a symbol of love and sacrifice that transcended time. The hearts of the people beat in sync with the rhythm of this transformation, an emotional crescendo building toward something magnificent yet terrifying. As dawn broke over the horizon, the city lay shrouded in uncertainty, poised on the brink of a monumental shift. The struggle between old and new echoed in every street and alley, every heart and soul. The rise of Christianity was not just a change in faith, it was a seismic event that would redefine the very soul of Egypt. The allure of salvation tugged at the hearts of many, while the specter of loss haunted those who clung to the past. Athanasius looked out at the crowd, their faces illuminated by the first light of day, knowing that this was just the beginning. The battle was far from over, and the tensions that crackled in the air promised more than just conflict. It foretold a profound transformation that would ripple through history, shaping the lives of countless souls. The streets of Alexandria buzzed with an energy that felt alive, a tension that held the promise of change, the kind that could either shatter the old world or usher in a new era. And so, the story continued, a relentless tide of belief and disbelief, forever flowing toward an uncertain future. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the barren sands of Egypt, where whispers of ancient gods still lingered. An archaeologist brushed away layers of dust, revealing a fragment of stone inscribed with symbols that had not seen the light of day for millennia. Excitement thrummed in the air, a pulse of possibility igniting the fervor of those who sought the wisdom of the ancients. Each symbol told a story, each artifact held a memory, and with each stroke of the brush, the past began to breathe again. In a forgotten temple dedicated to Osiris, the god of the afterlife, researchers uncovered a buried chamber, hidden from the sun's rays for centuries. The walls were etched with vivid scenes. Osiris, adorned in green, representing rebirth, stood tall beside Isis, his devoted wife, her wings spread wide, a guardian of the lost. The richness of the colors, still vibrant despite the passage of time, was a testament to the artistry and devotion of the ancient artisans. This was not just stone, it was a testament to love, loss, and the promise of eternal life. As the team gathered around, their hearts raced at the sight of a golden sarcophagus emerging from the darkness. It glinted in the dim light, offering a glimpse into the life and death of a pharaoh, a figure once believed to be divine. With trembling hands, they carefully pried it open, revealing intricate layers of linen wraps, each folded with care and reverence. Slowly, they peeled back the layers, revealing the face of a young king, so serene in his eternal slumber. His skin, preserved against the ravages of time, bore witness to the rituals and beliefs that had sustained his people for generations. Nearby, a clay tablet lay half-buried, inscribed with hymns dedicated to Rhea, the sun god. The words sang from the past, praising the daily journey of Rhea across the sky, a cosmic cycle that brought light and warmth. The archaeologists spoke in hushed tones, their voices mingling with the soft winds that carried the tales of the ancients. It was as if the very air crackled with the energy of the gods who walked among mortals, blessing them with life and guiding them through the darkness. In the shadow of the Great Sphinx, another team stumbled upon a hidden cavern filled with small figurines, each representing a different god. Anubis, with his jackal head, watching over the dead. Hathor, the goddess of love and joy, her eyes sparkling as if they held secrets of happiness. Each figure bore markings that hinted at their purpose in the afterlife. A glimpse into the rituals performed by those who sought favor from these divine beings. The thrill of the discovery electrified the group, each member connected by the shared awe of the past. As night fell, the stars twinkled above like the eyes of the gods. The archaeologists gathered around a flickering campfire, recounting tales of their finds. The air was thick with anticipation, a shared understanding that they were not merely unearthing bones and artifacts, they were unearthing dreams and fears of a civilization that believed in the extraordinary. Stories flowed freely, tales of pharaohs who ascended to the heavens, of temples built with such devotion that they seemed to touch the sky itself. Yet, amidst the wonder, there lay a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. The tragedy of the ancient Egyptians echoed in their pursuit of immortality, the lengths they went to ensure their stories did not fade away. Tombs were filled with treasures meant to accompany the dead into the afterlife, offerings left behind, and prayers carved into stone. These rituals were born from love and fear, a belief that death was not the end, but a passage to something greater. The weight of this belief hung over the site like a shroud, a constant reminder of why they dug, why they sought to bring light to the shadows of history. Then came the moment when they unearthed a ceremonial dagger, its blade shimmering in the light of their lanterns. This was no ordinary weapon. It was engraved with depictions of battle scenes, invoking the strength of Sekhmet, the lioness goddess known for her fierce protection of the pharaohs in times of war. The archaeologists felt a shiver run down their spines. It was more than just metal and stone. It was a connection to the might and power that the ancients believed flowed through their deities. With each day, the discoveries piled high, revealing the complex interplay of faith, culture, and daily life in ancient Egypt. An entire library of knowledge was buried beneath the sands, waiting for curious minds to sift through the layers of dust and time. The excitement grew tense, palpable as they began to understand that each find was a heartbeat of a civilization that thrived against the odds, a civilization that poured its very essence into its gods. As they ventured further into the depths of the temple, a flicker of light caught their attention. There, sparkling at the base of a crumbling altar, lay an exquisite necklace, adorned with lapis lazuli and carnelian. It was a piece meant for a goddess, a symbol of beauty and divine favor. A gasp escaped from one of the team members, and as they lifted it into the air, the light danced across the gems, illuminating the faces of everyone around. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. They were no longer archaeologists. They were witnesses to the divine. And in that moment of connection, the past surged forward, wrapping them in its embrace. Each discovery was more than just a relic. It was a bridge between worlds, a reminder that the gods of ancient Egypt were not just figures of myth, but representations of human hopes, dreams, and fears. Each artifact was a whisper of the divine, calling out to them, urging them to remember, to share, and to honor the legacies of those who came before. The energy was electric, and as the night deepened, the archaeologists found themselves drawn closer together, their hearts beating as one. They understood now, as they clutched their newfound treasures, that they were part of a much larger story. A story that transcended time and space, binding them to a world where gods walked among men, and every grain of sand held the echoes of the past. And just like that, the quest for knowledge continued, the sands of time shifting ever so slightly to reveal more of the unknown, keeping the flame of curiosity alive. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient sands of Egypt, where whispers of a time long past lingered in the air. A group of scholars, driven by curiosity and ambition, gathered in a dusty room filled with artifacts, graven images of gods, their faces etched with divine mystery. They marveled at the intricate carvings of Osiris, Isis, and Rhea, unaware of the storm of colonialism brewing just beyond their academic pursuits. This was a moment filled with potential. Yet it was also a harbinger of misunderstandings that would ripple through time. As the scholars flipped through dusty tomes, they were captivated by stories of Egyptian deities, tales that echoed through the centuries like the haunting calls of the desert night. But behind their enthusiasm lay a dangerous ignorance. These scholars, many of them Western, viewed the gods of Egypt as mere curiosities, artifacts of a primitive past that needed to be deciphered and interpreted through a foreign lens. The very essence of these deities was about to become a canvas onto which colonial narratives would be painted. The Egyptians had worshipped these gods with a fervor that was palpable, their very lives intertwined with the divine. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, represented more than death. He symbolized rebirth, the cycle of life. His resurrection was a vital part of the Egyptian belief system, offering hope and continuity to those who sought solace in the face of mortality. Yet, to the colonizers, he was stripped of his rich narrative, reduced to a mere symbol that fit neatly into Western ideas of mythology. The depth of his story was lost in translation, drowned beneath the weight of an imperial gaze. Isis, the nurturing mother, the protector, and the embodiment of magic, held a sacred place in the hearts of the Egyptian people. Her image was worshipped in temples where the faithful would gather, filled with devotion and reverence. But as colonial scholars dissected her role, they codified her significance into a palatable explanation that often overlooked the nuances of her character. They painted her as a simple mother figure, neglecting the complexity of her power and influence. Such reductions led to a shadow of her true essence, her strength diluted to fit the molds imposed by foreign interpretations. Then came Rhea, the sun god whose radiant presence governed life itself. He was a source of light, warmth, and vitality, emblematic of the cyclical nature of existence. The Egyptians revered him in their daily rituals, intertwining his essence with the natural world around them. Yet, under colonial scrutiny, Rhea transformed into a mere symbol of sun worship, a relic of a bygone era that reflected the colonizers' beliefs rather than the profound spirituality that spurred devotion among the ancient Egyptians. The scholars, in their quest for understanding, inadvertently robbed these deities of their authenticity, erasing the emotional connections that had bound them to the hearts of a civilization. As the colonial tide swept through Egypt, it brought with it a wave of arrogance and an insatiable hunger for knowledge that would alter the fabric of understanding forever. The scholars, equipped with their Western ideals, approached the rich tapestry of Egyptian mythology not as students, but as conquerors. They sought to catalog and classify, driven by the need to impose their narratives rather than embrace the complexity of another culture. Their interpretations, meant to enlighten, often cast shadows that lingered long after they left. In the dusty archives and libraries, the voices of Egyptian priests and priestesses, the true stewards of these deities, faded into silence. Their stories became footnotes in a narrative dominated by outsiders. Each stroke of a pen, each translation, distanced the gods from the people who revered them. The emotional resonance of prayers, the vibrancy of rituals that had once filled the air, faded into echoes. The colonialists, in their quest for control, had unwittingly stripped these deities of the very essence that made them powerful and relatable to the people. Amidst the ruins, attention swirled like a sandstorm, leaving a sense of dislocation and confusion. The deities, once vibrant and alive in the hearts of Egyptians, became artifacts, housed in museums where they were displayed for curiosity but stripped of context. The stories of creation, love, and life that had animated these gods were reduced to mere labels, their significance lost in a sea of colonial interpretation. Yet, in the cracks of this fractured narrative, something magical stirred. The Egyptian people, resilient and proud, began to reclaim their narratives. In the face of colonial domination, they found ways to reassert their identities, infusing their heritage with newfound pride. Stories of Osiris, Isis, and Ra transformed again. Echoing through the alleyways and markets, their meanings reinterpreted and revitalized. With every retelling, the emotional weight of these deities began to rise from the ashes of misunderstanding. The power they held over life, love, death, and rebirth returned, flooding back into the collective consciousness. The gods, once mere relics in the eyes of Western scholars, began to breathe again. The Egyptians would not let their gods be silenced or diminished any longer. A new chapter unfurled, filled with the promise of reclamation and revival. The emotional tension hung in the air like the last rays of sunlight dipping below the horizon. The stakes of understanding, misinterpretation, and the power of cultural narratives wove together into a complex tapestry that would continue to unfurl. The echoes of the past intertwined with a fierce determination to honor the legacy of the ancient deities who had once ruled the hearts of the land. As dusk fell, the scholars, now uneasy in their newfound realizations, looked at each other, piecing together the implications of what had transpired. In their pursuit of knowledge, they had unwittingly become a part of something much larger, a history fraught with struggle, misunderstanding, and the relentless fight for identity. The gods of Egypt, like the sands themselves, were not so easily contained, and they began to awaken again, ready to reclaim their stories in an era that demanded recognition and respect. The tale was far from over. It was in the midst of transformation, a pulse of life that promised to resonate through the ages. The air crackles with anticipation, a flicker of candlelight dancing in the shadows of an ancient stone room. The scent of myrrh and sandalwood weaves through the air, invoking memories of long-lost rituals. A figure cloaked in deep indigo stands at the center, a symbol of the Ankh drawn in the dust at their feet. As the soft murmurs of prayer rise like smoke, one can almost hear the whispers of gods long forgotten, drifting softly through time. In contemporary settings, the worship of Egyptian deities is more than just a nostalgic nod to the past. It is a vibrant tapestry of belief woven with threads of history, spirituality, and community. People gather in small circles, often under the vast embrace of the night sky, their voices lifted in sacred songs that echo the chants of ancient priests. Each participant feels a deep connection to the land of the pharaohs, where gods ruled alongside men, where every river and stone pulsed with life and divine presence. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, watches over them with a kind gaze, his green skin a reminder of the resurrection and renewal. Followers speak his name with reverence, offering small tokens, flowers, grains, or carved statues that symbolize their devotion. In these moments, the boundaries between past and present blur, and the energy surges, wrapping around the group like a warm embrace. It's in this space that individuals find a sanctuary, a place where their beliefs are valid, their voices heard. Isis, the goddess of motherhood and magic, becomes a central figure in many of these gatherings. Her stories of love, loyalty, and resilience resonate deeply with the participants, especially those who have faced hardships. A woman stands up, her voice quivering as she shares a personal tale of loss. The room holds its breath, and as tears flow, the others draw closer, forming a circle of support, their hands reaching out to comfort. In that shared vulnerability, they invoke Isis's spirit, calling upon her strength to heal and empower. The rhythms of the past pulse through these modern practices, echoing the grand temples of Karnak and Luxor, where priests once performed sacred rites to keep the gods pleased. Those temples, now crumbling, still resonate with the echoes of the faithful who once thronged to witness the divine. Modern practitioners honor that legacy, seeking the same connection and guidance. They chant hymns crafted from the fragments of ancient texts, their voices rising like incense into the starlit sky, reaching for the heavens. Every ritual is a bridge between eras, a reminder that the divine can still speak to the human heart. Symbols from ancient Egypt, like the scarab and the eye of Horus, take on new life in the hands of the worshippers. These emblems become talismans of hope and protection, often worn as jewelry or displayed in homes, ensuring that the presence of the gods remains a tangible part of their everyday existence. Yet not all is serene. As the night wears on, tensions arise. Some debate the authenticity of their practices, questioning whether they merely imitate the past or genuinely channel the essence of the ancient deities. Voices rise in passionate argument, the heat of disagreement simmering just below the surface. But this is the essence of a living faith. The struggle for understanding is as sacred as the worship itself. Eventually, the energy shifts, and laughter breaks the tension. They find common ground, reminding themselves that the gods, too, thrived on the complexities of human emotion. In their quest for knowledge, many practitioners delve into Egyptian mythology, exploring tales of creation, destruction, and rebirth. They immerse themselves in the stories recorded on papyrus scrolls, deciphering the intricacies of Ra's journey across the sky, battling the serpent Apep each night, only to rise victorious with the dawn. This mythological richness fills their celebrations with meaning, each festival resonating with the cycles of nature, the waxing and waning of the moon, and the flood of the Nile, a reminder of the divine rhythm that governs all existence. Across the globe, communities form, uniting individuals with a shared passion for the Egyptian pantheon. Online forums flourish where members exchange insights, rituals, and personal experiences. They find kinship in their fascination with ancient symbolism, discussing the protective qualities of amulets or the significance of the changing seasons. The digital age breathes new life into ancient worship, allowing connections that transcend geographical boundaries. Yet, even as technology empowers this movement, some practitioners still seek the tangible, yearning to walk the paths of their ancestors. They travel to Egypt, standing before the towering statues of the gods, feeling the weight of history in the very stones beneath their feet. The temples whisper secrets in the wind, and as they stand in shadow of the pyramids, a deep reverence washes over them, a reminder that they are part of something far greater than themselves. In this revival, the lines between worship and artistry blur. Many create beautiful altars adorned with vibrant offerings, cups of wine, freshly baked bread, and colorful flowers, each item chosen with intention. The rituals are not only acts of devotion, but also expressions of creativity and personal connection to the divine. Musicians compose melodies inspired by the ancient hymns, while artists paint breathtaking depictions of the gods, infusing their own experiences into the sacred narratives. Each creation becomes a tribute, a moment of communion with the divine. But as the night lingers, an unsettling question emerges among the practitioners. What does it mean to worship these ancient deities in a modern world filled with so much change? They ponder the relevance of their beliefs in a society that often dismisses spirituality in favor of materialism. Doubt creeps in, a chill in the warm air, and the flickering candle flames seem to echo their uncertainty. Yet, even in this moment of introspection, the strength of their community shines through. They find solace in one another's stories, reminding themselves that the search for meaning is both timeless and essential. With hearts intertwined, the group shifts from questioning to celebration, the atmosphere transforming once more. Drums echo in rhythm, feet stomp in time, and laughter fills the night as they dance beneath the stars. The energy becomes infectious, a contagious joy that sweeps through the crowd, pulling everyone into a shared experience of transcendence. They are not just worshiping, they are alive, embracing the spirits of their ancestors in every beat, every breath. And as they twirl and sway, the essence of the gods pulses around them, weaving a spell that transcends time. It is a reminder that the stories of Osiris, Isis, Horus, and the others are not just relics of a bygone era. They are alive, thriving within the hearts of those who dare to believe. The night unfolds, swirling with emotion, a tapestry of hope, struggle, and connection that binds them to one another and to the divine. The lingering question of worship's meaning hangs in the air, but they find comfort in each other, the warmth of their shared humanity shining brighter than any uncertainty. As the stars twinkle like the eyes of the gods watching over them, the heartbeat of ancient Egypt resonates within their souls, igniting a passion that carries them forward into the unfolding night. The past and present entwine, each moment a step deeper into the mystique of their revived faith, echoing into the future, where the divine waits to reveal its secrets anew. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the sands of Egypt, where the whispers of ancient gods still echoed in the wind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a hush fell over the Valley of the Kings, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the stories buried beneath layers of time to awaken. This was the land where mortals dared to tread, yet the sacred presence of the divine loomed large, woven into the fabric of every stone and papyrus scroll. At the very brink of discovery, Egyptology stood poised to unlock these divine histories, revealing a tapestry of human experience tangled with the celestial. An archaeologist knelt beside a weathered tomb, fingers brushing against the hieroglyphs, feeling the pulse of history beneath the surface. Each symbol told a story, a tale of gods and kings, of life and afterlife, of hope and despair. The air grew electric with the weight of centuries, charged with the emotions of those who had come before. What had driven these ancient people to immortalize their dreams and fears on rock and papyrus? It was a yearning for connection, a desire to reach beyond the veil of mortality to touch the divine. As the archaeologist deciphered the delicate carvings, images of Osiris and Isis danced before their mind's eye, their stories of love and resurrection igniting a fire of curiosity. The gods were not distant figures. They embodied the struggles of humanity, reflecting the joys and sorrows of everyday life. These divine personalities were intertwined with the kings and queens, who sought their favor and guidance. In Egypt, the line between the mortal and the immortal blurred, and every tomb became a sacred narrative waiting to be told. The thrill of discovery surged through the veins of those who dedicated their lives to Egyptology. Each excavation a chance to uncover the hidden whispers of the past. Like the layers of sand covering a long-forgotten temple, each find revealed a new chapter in the ongoing saga of human existence. The ancient Egyptians were storytellers, crafting their legends and beliefs into a rich tapestry that interwove the sacred and the mundane. One could almost hear the laughter of children echoing through time, see the priests clad in linen, performing rituals to appease the gods. It was a world alive with color and sound, filled with the scent of incense and the soft murmur of prayers. Each artifact unearthed, ceramic pots, jewelry, or sacred amulets, breathed life into these stories, each one a fragment of a greater whole, a piece of a divine puzzle. With every breakthrough, the connections between humanity and the divine became clearer. The significance of the afterlife was paramount in ancient Egyptian belief. The notion of the soul's journey after death was not simply a doctrine, it was a lifeline, a thread that tethered the living to those who had passed. The Book of the Dead, with its vivid illustrations and poignant spells, was more than a guide. It was a testament to the hope that even in death, one could transcend earthly bounds and commune with the divine. As the sun sank lower, casting a golden hue over the desert, the echoes of ancient prayers filled the air. The discovery of a new tomb, untouched by looters, sparked a wave of exhilaration. Inside, the archaeologists found vibrant murals, depicting scenes of feasts in the afterlife, where the dead dined with gods, a celebration of eternal life. The thrill pulsed through their hearts, each brushstroke revealing the intimate relationship between the deceased and the pantheon of deities who governed their world. This was more than just art, it was a bridge connecting generations, a reminder that the divine was ever present. And the stories of the past were alive in the hearts of the living. As findings poured in, Egyptology began to shift perspectives, drawing connections between ancient beliefs and modern understanding of spirituality. The divine histories uncovered through the dust of centuries ignited imaginations and stirred emotions. Each discovery was like a heartbeat, echoing through the ages, reminding humanity of the shared quest for meaning that transcends cultures and time. But with every revelation came the weight of responsibility. To understand the divine histories of ancient Egypt was to honor the lives that had come before, to respect their beliefs, and to navigate the fine line between reverence and academia. The artifacts were not mere relics, they were voices of the past, calling out to be understood, cherished, and preserved. In a dimly lit room, surrounded by the soft glow of candles, a group of scholars gathered to discuss their latest findings. The air was thick with anticipation, each person eager to share their insights and theories. As they spoke, the room pulsated with energy, ideas bouncing off the walls like sparks igniting a fire. They envisioned how these divine histories could reshape modern spirituality, bridging the gap between ancient wisdom and contemporary lives. Suddenly, a voice cut through the excitement, a reminder of the significance of their work. What we uncover isn't just history, it's a dialogue with the divine. The weight of those words hung in the air, resonating deeply. Each new layer of understanding was a whisper from the past, a call to look beyond the surface and engage with the profound questions of existence, purpose, and connection. As the night wore on, the scholars were reminded that Egyptology was not just an academic pursuit. It was a quest for truth, a search for the divine threads that bind humanity together across the ages. Every excavation was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the eternal search for meaning, and the recognition that even in moments of despair, hope could be found in the stories passed down through generations. And as the moon rose high, illuminating the desert sands with a silvery glow, the echoes of ancient prayers mingled with the breath of the living. The divine histories they sought were not just buried relics, They were vibrant stories that pulsed with life, waiting to be shared and honored, urging the living to remember, reflect, and rekindle their own connections to the divine. The journey continued, an endless loop of discovery and reflection, where each chapter unfolded into the next, a tapestry of belief that stretched infinitely into the horizon. In the flickering light of a fire, a small group huddled close, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. A storyteller spoke, weaving tales of ancient gods and the mesmerizing symbols that adorned their sacred amulets. Each symbol held power, each amulet a story, echoing through time like whispers from the beyond. The air crackled with anticipation, and the night seemed alive with the weight of history. Urging listeners to lean in closer, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and fascination. Among the most revered symbols was the Eye of Horus, an emblem rich with layers of meaning. To the Egyptians, it was not merely an image but a protective force, guarding against evil and offering healing. It was said that wearing this symbol attracted divine favor, a connection to the gods that transcended the physical realm. The amulets crafted in its likeness were often buried with the dead, ensuring safe passage into the afterlife, a journey fraught with danger. The storyteller paused, letting the tension build. Listeners could almost feel the weight of the amulets resting against their own chests, the cool metal brushing against their skin, promising protection in a world fraught with uncertainty. The eye gazed back at them, fierce and watchful, filled with the power of ancient wisdom. It was as if the gods themselves were peering into their souls, challenging them to confront their fears. As the tale unfolded, another symbol emerged, the Ankh. This simple yet profound shape, resembling a cross with a loop, represented life itself. Its amulets were worn by the living and the dead, signifying eternal life and the journey beyond the grave. It was believed that those who possessed the Ankh would be blessed with endless vitality, a gift from the gods that defied the boundaries of mortality. The power of the Ankh surged through the crowd, a shared heartbeat of hope and desire, weaving a tapestry of dreams that stretched beyond the stars. The storyteller's voice grew quieter, almost conspiratorial. She spoke of the scarab beetle, a creature that rolled dung into balls, symbolizing renewal and transformation. For the ancient Egyptians, the scarab was a sacred being, representing the sun god Ra's journey through the underworld. Amulets shaped like this humble insect were believed to grant rebirth, a promise that life could rise anew from the ashes of despair. The crowd shivered, their imaginations ignited by the thought of starting over, of shedding the weight of their own pasts. In another corner of the world, the Celts crafted symbols of their own, each infused with potent magic. The Triskele, with its 3 spirals, represented life, death, and rebirth, a cycle that echoed through the ages. Those who wore it felt an unbreakable connection to nature, to the rhythm of the earth beneath their feet. The air thickened with the energy of the stories, the crowd's breath catching in their throats as they imagined the pulse of the universe, the whisper of the ancients guiding them. The tension swelled as they heard of the Norse runes, each chiseled letter a gateway to other realms. The rune of protection, Algiz, offered a shield against harm, its sharp angles forming a barrier between the wearer and the chaos of the world. There was a thrill in the air as listeners envisioned themselves donning these symbols, the power of the gods coursing through their veins, igniting a fire within their souls. Through each tale, the symbols and amulets became more than mere objects. They transformed into vessels of hope, conduits of connection to the divine that transcended time and space. With each flicker of the fire, the line between the listeners and the ancient gods blurred, leaving them breathless, yearning for a taste of the magic that surrounded them. The symbols were not just reminders of the past. They were alive, pulsing with untold stories and promises of protection, urging those who wore them to take charge of their destinies. The storyteller's voice rose, echoing against the night sky, a call to the unyielding spirit of humanity. She spoke of the talismans of ancient cultures. each crafted with intention and devotion. From the intricate goldsmithing of ancient Mesopotamia, where amulets bore the likeness of Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, to the jade symbols of the Mayans, believed to allure prosperity and protection, the world was a tapestry of belief, woven with threads of hope. The fire crackled, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits, binding the listeners to the tales before them. They could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, the ghostly echoes of their desires and fears lingering in the air. Each amulet carried a legacy, a touch of the divine that had the power to change lives, to bestow blessings upon the worthy. As the night deepened, the stories mingled with the stars above, each symbol a constellation guiding lost souls homeward. The emotions swelled like a tidal wave, crashing against the shorelines of their hearts. The yearning for connection, for understanding, pulsed through the crowd, binding them together in a shared quest for meaning and purpose. They could feel the pull of the past, the weight of their ancestors' hopes resting gently upon their shoulders. The storyteller's voice softened, wrapping around the audience like a warm embrace, inviting them to reflect on their own lives, their own symbols of strength and resilience. What did they carry that linked them to the divine? What amulets of their own had they forged in the fires of experience? The question lingered in the air, a challenge, a promise, a spark of potential waiting to ignite. With each moment, the fire flickered lower, but the magic of the symbols burned brightly in their hearts. Each breath they took was a step closer to understanding the power that lay within the ancient symbols, the amulets that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the love and loss of countless souls. The night was far from over, and as whispers filled the air, they could almost hear the call of the gods, urging them to see what lay beyond the veil, to venture forth into the mysteries waiting just beyond the horizon. In a dimly lit room filled with dust and ancient tomes, a flicker of excitement danced in the air. The walls, lined with hieroglyphs that whispered the stories of gods and pharaohs, seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as if waiting for a new generation of scholars to breathe fresh air into their forgotten tales. Outside, the sun set over the sands of Egypt, casting an orange glow that painted the landscape like a forgotten masterpiece. And the world beyond the desert felt both far away and achingly close. As the clock ticked softly, a solitary figure hunched over a weathered manuscript. The flickering candlelight illuminated the delicate scrolls, revealing intricate drawings of Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the underworld, and the graceful lines of Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood. These ancient symbols held secrets, waiting for those willing to listen. For too long, the rich tapestry of Egyptian mythology had remained buried beneath the weight of time, but now a new wave of scholars was determined to shed light on these magnificent stories. The future of Egyptian mythology studies wasn't merely about dusty books and preserved artifacts. It was a passionate quest fueled by curiosity. New technologies, like 3D scanning and virtual reality, were emerging as powerful allies. Scholars could now walk through the halls of ancient temples, not just in their minds, but in vivid, immersive experiences. Imagine standing before the towering statues of Ramses Tzikin, feeling the cool stone beneath your fingertips, or hearing the echo of ancient chants resonate in the air. The thrill of such discoveries sent shivers down the spine of every historian, igniting a spark that could not be extinguished. With each new excavation, each artifact unearthed, the excitement grew. The sands of Egypt held more than just bones. They cradled the stories of humanity's deepest fears and greatest hopes. The lost city of Thonis Heracleion surfaced from the depths of the Mediterranean, unveiling temples dedicated to the gods, shimmering with gold. This awakening was not just a physical one, it was a spiritual renaissance. Scholars examined these treasures not with mere scientific curiosity, but with a reverence reserved for sacred texts. Each piece was a puzzle piece, linking the past to the present, reminding everyone of the universal themes of love, loss, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. But amidst this thriving excitement, there lingered a shadow of anxiety. Were these new technologies, while thrilling, pulling the heart out of the stories? The cautionary tales of overexploitation hung like storm clouds, threatening to overshadow the joy of discovery. How much could be revealed before the magic faded, before the stories became mere data points in a digital archive? The debate raged, fueled by the passionate voices of scholars and the echo of ancient souls longing to be remembered. A young graduate student, Maya, stood on the brink of this new era. She felt the weight of her ancestors' stories on her shoulders, aching to be told. Her heart raced as she envisioned her research, exploring the connection between ancient myths and modern society. The world seemed to tremble with possibilities as she pondered how the ancient gods might still dwell in the hearts of people today, how the essence of Osiris and the lessons of the afterlife could guide contemporary lives. Maya's thoughts spiraled as she delved into the significance of myths in contemporary culture. She envisioned documentaries that would breathe life into the stories of the gods, bringing them to screens across the globe. What if she could use her knowledge to awaken a new generation, sparking a love for history and mythology like never before? Her dreams were bold, and they surrounded her like a warm blanket on a cold night, pushing her to chase them with fervor. In the dark corners of academia, others were equally inspired. A team of archaeologists was preparing for an expedition into the Valley of the Kings, searching for tombs that were rumored to still hold untold treasures. The thrill of unearthing a new burial site, of finding artifacts that could rewrite history, sent ripples of excitement through the community. For them, the future was not just about the past, it was about rewriting narratives, about shining a light on the women of ancient Egypt, who had often been shadows in the grand tales dominated by male gods and pharaohs. As whispers of potential discoveries filled the air, the tension intensified. With every expedition, the stakes grew higher. The race to uncover the past was intertwined with the urgency to preserve it. The sands beneath their feet seemed to shift, reminding them of the delicate balance between knowledge and destruction. Would their efforts lead to triumph? Or would the stories be lost once again, buried beneath layers of history, waiting for another chance? On a rainy afternoon, a scholar named Amir was drawn to a lecture on the evolution of Egyptian mythology in modern literature. The room buzzed with anticipation as he presented his findings. He spoke passionately about how the ancient gods inspired countless authors, from the enchanting tales of Naguib Mahfouz to the whimsical fantasy of modern novels. The audience was spellbound, feeling the heartbeat of a culture that had transcended time. Amir's voice held the room captive, and for a moment, the walls echoed with the laughter of gods. Yet, even in the midst of inspiration, a hint of doubt lingered in the air. Would the tales of these ancient deities evolve too far from their roots? Could they survive the passage of time while being reshaped by contemporary culture? The scholar's heart raced, torn between excitement and fear. He knew that every retelling was a thread in the fabric of culture, but what if the new stories overshadowed the originals? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine, as if the spirits of the past were watching with bated breath. The future of Egyptian mythology studies was alive, pulsing with energy and potential, yet tinged with uncertainty. Each researcher, each student, carried the weight of history in their hands, driven by the need to connect the past with the present. The stories demanded to be told, but how? The questions hung in the air, heavy with possibility, waiting for the answers that would shape the next chapter in the grand saga of human experience. As night fell and the stars twinkled above the desert, the echoes of ancient whispers filled the air. The future shimmered on the horizon, shrouded in mystery and promise, as the stories of the past reached out, beckoning to be intertwined with the lives of tomorrow. The ancient temples rose majestically against the skyline, their stone walls whispering tales of gods and goddesses that once walked among mortals. Each hieroglyph etched in rock told a story, a connection to a time when the Nile cradled the land in its life-giving embrace, and the sun god Rhea illuminated the world with his fiery eye. In this sacred space, the air was thick with mystery and reverence, where the past lingered palpably and the echoes of chants lingered like a haunting melody. For centuries, the fascination with Egyptian deities has woven itself into the fabric of global culture, transcending time and geography. The allure of these gods, with their distinct animal forms and human passions, has captivated countless souls across the ages, from the fierce war goddess Sekhmet, whose wrath could scorch the earth, to the gentle nurturing of Hathor, goddess of love and motherhood. Each deity embodies the complexities of the human experience. It is no wonder that artists and writers have drawn inspiration from these mythic figures, infusing their own works with the rich symbolism that Egyptian mythology offers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the ancient stones, one could almost feel the presence of Anubis, the jackal-headed god who guided souls through the afterlife. His watchful gaze offered comfort and fear alike, a reminder of the thin veil between life and death. The ancient Egyptians believed that to understand their deities was to understand life itself, to navigate love, fear, joy, and sorrow. The idea that these divine beings could influence the world left a mark on the collective psyche of humanity, igniting imaginations and sparking a thirst for knowledge. In the bustling streets of modern-day Cairo, the spirit of these deities still dances in the minds of the people. Stories about Osiris, the god of the afterlife, weave seamlessly into conversations, just as they did thousands of years ago. Children play games inspired by ancient tales, while artists paint murals that evoke the vibrancy of a civilization long past. The legacy of these gods is not confined to the dusty pages of history books. It pulses through the veins of contemporary culture, urging new generations to seek out their meanings and lessons. Across the globe, the Egyptian pantheon has cast its spell. In Hollywood, films come alive with the grandeur of gods and pharaohs, thrilling audiences with tales of adventure and betrayal. The explosive popularity of movies like The Mummy and Gods of Egypt showcases a blend of action and mythology, resurrecting these ancient figures in ways that ignite both nostalgia and curiosity. The majestic presence of gods like Horus, the falcon-headed protector, and Isis, the devoted mother and goddess of magic, captivates audiences, drawing them into the enigma of ancient worship. Yet the fascination extends beyond the silver screen. Artists and writers from diverse backgrounds have embraced Egyptian deities, weaving their stories into poetry, novels, and visual art. The haunting beauty of the goddess Maichat, embodying truth and justice, inspires countless reflections on morality and balance in the world. In every brushstroke and word, the essence of Egypt's divine beings emerges, igniting a flame of wonder that transcends cultural boundaries. Even within the realms of spirituality, the power of these deities resonates. Practitioners of various faiths and philosophies often find solace in the symbolism of Egyptian mythology. The idea of rebirth, as represented by Osiris, aligns perfectly with those seeking renewal in their own lives. Rituals inspired by ancient practices emerge in contemporary settings, inviting a connection to the divine that feels profoundly relevant. The longing for guidance, protection, and understanding remains as potent today as it was thousands of years ago. As twilight cloaks the landscape, the stories of these deities swirl like the desert winds, each one a thread in the tapestry of human experience. The heart races at the thought of how these ancient gods continue to influence modern lives. What is it about their narratives that refuses to fade into obscurity? Perhaps it is the timelessness of their lessons, the way they mirror human emotions and struggles that exist universally. in a quiet corner of a museum. A child gazes wide-eyed at a statue of Bastet, the lioness goddess of home and family. Her gaze, fierce yet nurturing, speaks to the child's longing for safety and love. The connection is instantaneous, a reminder that these ancient deities serve as more than stories. They represent fundamental aspects of life itself. The energy in the room crackles with possibilities as people from all walks of life come together, united by an invisible thread woven through time. The nocturnal world, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, carries whispers of ancient rituals, echoing through the ages. The thought of secret ceremonies held in the depths of the night, where priests and priestesses called upon the gods, sends shivers down the spine. Each chant, each offering was a plea for favor, a moment where the divine met the mortal. Even now, under the same stars that witness those sacred acts, the desire to connect with something greater persists. As the night deepens, the legends of the Egyptian deities are not just stories. They are a heartbeat, a pulse that resonates through history and into the modern world. Their power to evoke emotion, conjure dreams, and inspire creativity is undeniable. With each retelling, the tales grow richer, layered with new interpretations and insights that reflect the ever-changing human experience. And as the cycle of night gives way to dawn, the promise of more stories to unfold lingers in the air, a reminder that the connection between the past and present is eternal, and the allure of the Egyptian gods continues to weave itself through the fabric of our lives.